Good evening. The August 4th, 2020 council meeting is called back into session. Councilman Covet, turn your mic on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to close the previous meeting of August 4th, please. To adjourn.
Thank you.
Second, Madam Chair.
Second.
Carlisle.
Thank you. It has been moved by Vice Chairman Covet and seconded by Councilman Carlisle. Do you have any unfinished business for our August 4th agenda? I don't see anyone in the queue. Hearing none, the August 4th, 2020 council meeting is hereby adjourned without objection. Sergeant at Arms, please call our August 18th, 2020 council meeting to order.
Oh yes, this Honorable Council of the City of Memphis is hereby called to order for the transaction of business pursuant to adjournment.
I'd like to recognize our chaplain for the day. It's Reverend Roscoe Perry of the Greater New Vineyard Baptist Church, and is invited by Councilman Canale. He will provide our prayer for today. Reverend Perry, please lead us in prayer.
Good afternoon. How everybody's doing today? May we pray. Dear God, we come to tell you thank you right now again, God, for our city councilmen, God, who are serving, God, to make this city a better city and a safer city, God. We pray now, God, for open minds and open hearts, God. We pray, God, that you lead us in right decisions in the right direction for the city of Memphis, God. We pray now, God, that you allow us to walk together in unity, God, and that we, God, walk together arm in arm, God, doing the things that you would have us to do, God, to make this city a better city, God. We ask you also, God, to cover every policeman that's working for the city of Memphis, every fireman that's working for the city of Memphis, every city worker, God. We ask you right now, God, to touch our mayor, God, to give them the heart to do the right things for the city of Memphis and the city of Memphis and the citizens of Memphis, God. We thank you right now, God, again for just being God. You said, how can two walk together unless they agree, God? We pray, God, that we all be on one accord, God, going in the same direction, God. Scripture said, if my people which are called by my name will humble themselves and pray, seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and forgive them of their sin and heal their land. God, we pray now that you heal the city of Memphis, God, that you heal our minds, our hearts, our soul, God. No matter if we're Democrat or Republican, God, we still all are the citizens of Memphis, Tennessee. We ask you, God, to lead us in that direction, God. Keep our hearts open one to another, God. Anything that the devil tried to do to divide us, God, we rebuke that right now in the mighty name of Jesus. And we claim victory among the councilmen and among the city of Memphis and the citizens. And this we pray in your son Jesus' name. Amen. And thank God.
Amen. Thank you, Reverend Perry, for leading us in that prayer. We needed each item that we have to address on our platform today. Councilman Nally, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much to my dear friend, Pastor Perry.
Bless you.
He has a true heart for Memphis and a big heart for the Binghamton community. And he has a heart to serve and to make the city a better place for us all to live in. So thank you so much for praying with us and for us today. God bless you and your wonderful church, my church away from home, Greater New Vineyard. Thank you so much for being with us. Colleagues, if I could, just for 1 second, if we could have a moment of silence and keep in our thoughts and prayers the loss of life of one of our own, Memphis firefighter, Private Jeff Eric, who joined the MFD in 2003, lost his life shortly after he got off shift on August 8th. So if we could keep his family and kids in our thoughts and prayers during these months to come. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, you're muted.
I didn't mute my mic. Okay, thank you. Council members, let us recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I don't know if we can do it all together in this venue, but let us make that effort. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty, justice for all. Y'all did okay. We're gonna do better next time. Thank you.
I saw that episode of Family Vacation one time.
Okay. Madam Comptroller, will you please call the roll?
Council members Canali,
Here.
Carlisle,
Present.
Vice Chairman Covette,
Here.
Easter Thomas, present. Ford,
Present.
Johnson,
Present.
Jones,
Here.
Logan,
Present.
Morgan,
Here.
Smiley,
I'm present.
Swearingen,
Present.
Warren,
Present.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Present.
Chairwoman Robinson, you have a quorum.
Thank you so much. Council members, will you please mute your phones? For those individuals and community members who join us, will you please place your phones on mute so that we won't hear any feedback during our meeting? Thank you, and I appreciate it. Madam Comptroller, I appreciate you calling roll on that item. Will you please, let's look first. I want to make sure I do this. Who has read the minutes?
I have, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. I need a
Colleagues,
second.
I've reviewed the meeting minutes of August 4th, 2020, find them to be in order and move their adoption.
Thank you. Second by Dr. Warren. Do I have any council members want to make any changes? Don't see any. Madam Comptroller, will you please call the roll on the minutes of our August 4th, 2020 meeting?
Councilmember Canali,
Yes.
Carlisle,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Covette,
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Smiley,
Hey, Smiley or Canali?
Smiley,
Oh, I'm here.
maybe Smiley. Is that a yes or a no for the minutes, sir? Thank you. Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye. That motion passes. Thank you. Welcome to the August 18th, 2020 regular meeting of the Memphis City Council, which is being conducted electronically pursuant to notice due to the COVID-19 emergency. Staff, will you please mute these phones? Thank you. Without objection, the notice of the meeting will be included in the minutes of this meeting. A notice of meeting was placed on the City Council webpage regarding how the public may electronically access the meeting and/or recording of the meeting, and how to provide written comments concerning any agenda item or any other matter prior to this meeting. Public comments were to be submitted to the Memphis City Council 24 hours prior to today's meeting. Vice Chairman Colbert will read those comments at the appropriate time. He will only read those comments that included the requisite information, which was the person's name and address. Incomplete comments or those received late will be sent to council records and placed in the file. Do we have any items that need to be dropped from our agenda? Staff?
Chair Lady, I believe item 4 is a hold for 2 weeks.
Okay. Is that the only item? I thought we did more than one. Staff, can I get your help? Just want to make sure before we move on. I guess.
That's all I had, Chairwoman.
Okay, thank you. So council members, item number 4 is on an item that's being held. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item number 1?
Thank you. Item number 1 is a resolution approving a plan development located at 3398 Graves Road, north of Winchester, east of Graves, and west of McCorkle, containing plus or minus 9.814 acres in the residential single family district. This resolution is sponsored by the Office of Planning and Development. The case number is PD 20-04.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller.
You're welcome, Chairwoman.
Vice Chairman Colbert.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As we're into the planning and zoning, just a reminder to everybody and all council members.
They held that item. Yeah.
Hello? Okay. The way this works is.
Just 1 second. I know.
Right. The way this works is I have 11 folks in opposition. I'll move it in a minute, Madam Chairman.
Okay.
These 11 people will get 2 minutes apiece. That is 22 total minutes, which means the applicant will have 22 total minutes. Now, the applicant, though, be advised, there are 3 folks that wish to also speak in support. So applicant, use your time wisely. Each person will get 2 minutes. There is no time sharing. I would suggest you save your time for rebuttal. And to several of the members of the opposition who don't normally speak to the council, just a piece of advice. If the person or persons before you tend to make the same points, you might just say, for example, for the aforementioned reasons, I remain against this project or I remain in favor of this project. Don't feel the need that you have to use all 2 minutes. Last but not least, to everyone who addresses the council, I need your name and your home address. That being said, Madam Chairman, we did hear this case in committee. It received no recommendation, but for purposes of discussion, I'll move it to the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Properly seconded by Dr. Warren. Okay, now we go to the applicant. Is there first on the list? Hunter Humphreys, are you with us?
Attempting to unmute right now. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Mr. Humphreys, is that you?
All right. Yes, it is. Thank you. My name is Hunter Humphreys. I'm with the Blankler Brown Law Firm. My home address is 4298 Tuckahoe Road, Memphis. And I also have with me my partner, Mark Jobe, who will make some comments after I make some initial comments. And he'll provide address and that information at that point. Am I okay to proceed?
Yes, please.
Okay, please. So, Madam Chairwoman, members of the council, as you just heard, Mark Jobe and I are representing the applicant in this application. This is a request for approval of a plan development for a limited light industrial use under the CMP2 and the EMP zoning classifications. The plan for this property is to develop it as a 3D printing production facility with ancillary VOTEC training facility that will operate through an affiliation with Southwest Tennessee Community College. A copy of the letter of intent between our client and Southwest is included in the OPD staff report to the Land Use Control Board on page 49. This project will bring a blighted property which has been vacant for many years onto the tax rolls. It will create quality jobs and will provide skills training for 21st century technology. It is the applicant's belief that this project has been badly mischaracterized about the nature of the development and the project, and as a result, many neighbors and citizens of Whitehaven have an incorrect and negative understanding of the project. We want to address those concerns as part of this presentation. As I just said, the opposition has raised a number of concerns, and many of those concerns have been addressed in the plan development, which is before you today for approval. But this development will not negatively impact adjacent neighbors. Mark Jobe will provide more detail, but I want to address at this point some of the incorrect information that's been disseminated about this project. And I would suggest that if members of the council have questions about my comments, that it may be helpful to wait until both Mark and I finish to ask those questions, because he will provide more detail on some of the points that we're going to make now. So what I want to do is address and attempt to correct some of the misconceptions about this project. One of those is that there are many other places in the Whitehaven community to locate this development. In fact, Daryl Cobbins, who is the applicant's real estate broker, conducted extensive searches for properties that met the development criteria, which is 10 acres or 100,000 square feet of an existing facility, also located within a qualified opportunity zone. There are very few, if any, properties in Whitehaven that meet these requirements. This is going to be a state-of-the-art facility, and the design of the buildings will incorporate both learning areas and production areas. And there are not, as the opponents have said, plenty of other viable options for this project in Whitehaven. A second misconception that exists concerning this project is that this development will bring increased commercial traffic on or about the project, especially on Graves Road, and that it will result in undesired on-street parking. First, this property has been vacant since 2014, so any use of the property is going to result in some increase in traffic and activity on the property and on Graves Road. But with respect to this property, the applicant has agreed to restrict all commercial deliveries to occur from Winchester. It has agreed that the drive between the Winchester entrance and the parking lot and exit on Graves will not be connected. And also, not only all pickups, but all deliveries will occur at the Winchester entrance. And finally, because this facility is a 3D printing production facility, it has very limited pickups and deliveries, unlike a number of types of manufacturing. And with respect to the concerns about on-street parking, the applicant is providing a minimum of 143 on-site parking spaces, but is planning to provide as many as 165 as is shown on its most recent site plans of the property, which should provide adequate on-site parking and would not necessitate any on-street parking. A third misconception about this project is that it will be an unattractive eyesore for surrounding landowners. Although this facility is going to undergo a multi-million-dollar renovation, it will maintain a campus appearance similar to what the school looked like when it was operating and in good condition. Under the revised plan development conditions proposed by the applicant, the maximum building height would be 35 feet, and that would be on the Winchester side of the building, not on the residential streets adjacent to Winchester. The plan development specifically requires 120-foot setbacks on Graves and McCorkle and has a 75-foot setback from Winchester. It also requires new trees and landscaping as additional buffers between the development and adjacent landowners. And those requirements will be monitored by OPD as well as the facility design to ensure that it complies with the required conditions. Misconception 4, that the development will result in undesirable or criminal activities on or in the vicinity of the development. Exactly the opposite will occur. This development will bring positive activity to the property. The property, as noted, is currently empty, blighted, and has been deteriorating for a number of years. It's a magnet for criminal activity. The interior of the building is accessible from a number of points, and power lines are down. All fixtures that have any value have been stolen or removed. Those type of activities will obviously cease when this property undergoes a major renovation and becomes productive. Also, as far as who would be on the property, the VOTEC students as well as the full-time employees will be selected individuals who are at the site seeking to learn productive professions or engage in productive professions, and they will not be individuals who would have any detrimental effect on the property. Fifth misconception is that the facility will pollute the air and surrounding environment. It's been touted as a polluting industry. In fact, the plan development conditions adequately protect the neighborhood and provide that no noxious noise or odors will be produced from the use of the property. The 3D printing mechanism or procedure that will be used here is a new green technology that does not pollute or produce emissions. It will be clean production. And one final misconception before I turn this over to Mark is that the idea has been circulated that the VOTEC aspect of this development is simply a thinly veiled attempt to get cheap, unpaid labor. That is absolutely not true. Our client has made a commitment to pay all employees at this site a minimum of $15 an hour plus full benefits, obviously more for some other employees. And although the VOTEC students are not paid employees, they will participate in the skills training portion of this project at no cost to them, and they will be getting trained in high-tech computer technology, which is the future of production. They'll learn the principles of creative design and how to use the equipment of the future. This facility will be a great asset for the community. So after addressing some of the what we believe are serious misconceptions about the project, I'd like to turn it over to Mark and let him make some additional comments.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. I'm honored to be in front of the council this afternoon. My name is Mark Job, and my home address is 4671 Chickasaw Road, 38117. Last night, as I was preparing for this presentation, I was reading some articles written by professors, et cetera, on zoning and planning, and I found a quote that I think hits the nail on the head here. It said, America's cities are in dire need for a relatively high wage, low barrier to entry jobs, which have been disappearing since the 1970s. This development addresses just that and brings end production, light manufacturing to this community, and a property that is currently blighted and ripe for criminal activity. When we did our survey on the property, the surveyor found fully loaded pistol magazine and a loaded banana clip. That's the sort of thing that we're trying to clean up here and improve. This is going to be a multi-million-dollar facility, state-of-the-art equipment, and it's going to provide training to our young people and provide opportunity that we desperately need. This is a future-forward use. This was not considered when we wrote our current UDC. This technology has developed over the last few years and is clean and green. It is not going to create noxious noise, odors, or release hazardous materials into the air. Again, this is not a poultry plant. This is not a coal factory. This is a clean, indoor, isolated use. And a lot of questions have been raised as to why it needs to be in this location. Again, it went through an extensive search with an experienced real estate broker, Daryl Cobbins, and they identified this spot. It's not easy to find spots for development. It's easy to say you should just go somewhere else, but it's not necessarily easy to find that spot, get it under contract, and be ready to proceed with the development. This is going to bring a property back on the tax rolls, provide training, coveted jobs back to the area, and be an asset. It will be maintained in a first-class manner, and we believe that the location is proper. It's less than a third of a mile from FedEx, and there's an Ollenbeck building, and there's a number of commercial uses. I understand that these don't need to, that this is a community, but this use is not going to negatively impact the community. It's going to change the view of the neighbors from a blighted piece of property that has received no investment, invest millions of dollars on it, maintain the northern landscape border, add extensive landscaping, and improve the community. And for those reasons, we ask that you support this proposal and approve our request. It should be noted that as recommended by the Land Use Control Board and OPD, we do request some revisions to the use conditions. As drafted, they're so narrow that we have big concerns regarding financeability of this project because the use is so limited. And we request that you consider our original proposal as amended, which carves out a number of bad boy uses and uses that we agree would not be compatible with this community. But we do believe that this will be an asset to the community. It needs to be front facing so that the citizens can live, work, play, and worship in this community. And it will be a positive development for the area. And we hope that you will consider it and move for approval. We'll reserve the rest of our time for any rebuttal.
Thank you. I have you at 14 minutes so far. Mr. Weinshanker, I don't know if you're still online. Do you wish to address the council?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Then we go to the folks in support. You get 2 minutes apiece, and that is part of the total 22 minutes. Howard or Beverly Robertson, are y'all on the line?
Yes, we are.
Okay, well, you each get 2 minutes. May I start with your name and address?
I'm Howard Robertson. I'm a 35-year resident of 970 Tranquil at 38116 in Whitehaven. And I'm honored to have this opportunity to share these comments today. My wife and I decided to conduct our own independent research from the perspective of how this project would affect the community, and here's what we've learned. Joe Weinshanker is making a $50 million investment in the Graves Elementary site. Part of that $50 million will go towards building a state-of-the-art light manufacturing facility with high-tech equipment that produces products but does not produce noise, pollution, emissions, or problems for those who live near. At least 25% of the construction costs will be directed to African-American contractors and subcontractors. This investment will create at least $33 million in annual economic development for Whitehaven. This economic development will include jobs with median incomes of $50,000 annually. Most important are the internship and training opportunities for hundreds of young people who will receive machine learning, which means 3D printing, robotics, and artificial intelligence. We checked out Joel Weinshanker with his National Entertainment Collectibles Association facility, which sits right in the middle of a residential community in Hillside, New Jersey. And last December, a residential property only a few doors away sold for more than twice what it sold in May of 2019. Finally, I've never heard you or any other political or elected official run and promise to maintain the status quo, especially when it comes to jobs, education, or economic development. As of today, our status quo is COVID-19 and the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression. Our status quo is 10.2 acres of prime property in a nice neighborhood, blighted with one chance for investment, improvement, and impact. I hope you agree that status quo has never been our friend, never been something that as a leader you aspired to, and this is not the time to settle for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robertson. Ms. Robertson, you're recognized.
Thank you. And thank you for offering me the opportunity. Whitehaven is a great community, and I'm proud to call it home. Great communities are places where residents can live, worship, work, play safely and comfortably, live in a Black-free environment, preferably be trained, employed, and can remain there, live in homes that can maintain or increase their value. And while we understand characteristics of great communities, we also know that Graves Elementary School, once a bastion of learning, now sits as a site of blight, harboring criminal activity and attractive vermin. We know that since the closure of Graves 6 years ago, there's not been a spate of developers demonstrating any interest in the site. We know that the long light remains in a given community. There is noticeable decline in new investment and property values. And as a result of our research on the project, we've learned that traffic in and out of the plant facility will be via Winchester, not neighborhood streets. We've learned that provisions will be made for parking on the site. We've learned that quality jobs will be created that pay at least $15 in hourly wages. And we know that there's no smokestack pollution from 3D printing to contaminate the environment or create unhealthy living conditions. We know that communities all across Memphis are clamoring for in-demand job training and jobs for students and residents close to home because we don't have an effective transportation system. This project does just that. I support this project. I think it's a win for the community. And in my job as chamber president, I also know how difficult it is to attract $50 million investments to inner city neighborhoods. If Memphis doesn't take advantage of this economic investment, I'm sure other cities will gladly offer incentives and cash to attract the business. So the question is, do you want to take advantage of a $50 million investment in your community that brings training of transferable skills for both current and future jobs, or continue to have a site of blight that continues to deteriorate? The choice is yours. You decide. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was 2 minutes exactly. Applicant, you have exactly 4 minutes of rebuttal left. Now let's go.
Councilman Colbert.
Yes.
We do have Dr. Payne in support.
Dr. Payne, are you with us?
Yes, sir, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. May I have your name and address? Your 2 minutes will start then.
Sounds great. This is Derek Payne. My address, I'm a dentist here in Whitehaven community. My address is 4466 Elvis Presley Boulevard, 3241. And to tell the truth, I'm really just hearing about this. I had heard about it maybe a couple of weeks ago, and someone contacted me about it. But you know, me being a fellow Memphian, graduate of Hamilton High School, and any time that I can hear that something is being done for, you know, our community here in the Whitehaven community, as well as for the young people here in the Whitehaven community, I'm in full support of it. Even when I attended high school, we had such things as cosmetology, we had auto mechanics, and a lot of, productive people kind of came out by taking those things at school. So I kind of look at this as an opportunity for our community to grow. I think it'd be a great asset to our community. And I'm just saying Whitehaven, but whatever community that something like this can be put in, I'm totally in full support of, because I know it could possibly be an asset to the community as well as to the young people in the community. So I'm 100% behind it, not knowing all the details, what has transpired, who's actually putting it together. Of course, I have done a little research about it, but anytime that I think something can be a positive to our community, I'm in total full support about it. And that's the only thing that I have to say about it. And I thank you all for the opportunity for allowing me to be on this call.
Chairman Covell, what was that address? What was his address, Dr. Payne's address?
4466 Elvis Presley Boulevard, that's Suite 241. 4466 Elvis Presley Boulevard. Okay.
Doctor, is that your home address?
Yes, sir. 8505 Freedom, it's FREIDEN, and it's Freedom Trail, 2 words. 8505 Freedom Trail, and it's 38125, Memphis, Tennessee 38125.
All right, outstanding. Bryson, I believe that takes care of the applicant and those in support, and I'm showing that the applicant has 2 minutes and 40 seconds of rebuttal. You reading the same thing I am?
Yes, sir.
Outstanding. All right, let's go to opposition. First things, reminder, you have 2 minutes apiece. Let me get my stopwatch going. Ready? All right, first up is Gordon Alexander. Are you on the line, sir?
Yes, I am.
Good, may I have your name and address? I'll talk to time afterwards.
Gordon Alexander, 179 South Rembrandt Street. Good afternoon, Council. I'm with the Midtown Action Coalition. We're based mainly in Midtown, but we've worked in projects all over the city. We've worked reviving Overton Square, saving the 19th Century Club, the Tennessee Brewery, stopping the landfill next to elementary school in Fraser, dozens of other issues. And we come today to support our neighbors in Whitehaven because we know what it is to have someone come into your community and put something in there that is not wanted by the community. Made in Memphis LLC has chosen to put their factory right in the middle of a quiet residential neighborhood, even though the Office of Planning and Development had recommended rejection of the application. The neighborhood is totally unified in opposing this project. There are other light industrial sites in the area, and I take exception to the man who said that there were no other sites to accommodate this particular project. It's also insulting, I think, to the neighborhood. They keep calling this place a crime magnet and talking about gun clips and crime. And I'm sort of resentful of the fact that they act like they're coming in to solve Whitehaven's so-called crime problem. The economic impact, I think, is minimum. The proposed pay may be above the minimum wage, but is certainly not a living wage. And finally, I'd like to say, I find it ironic that a man, Mr. Weinshanker, who lives in the state of New Jersey, is telling a neighborhood in South Memphis, Tennessee, what are their best interests. I strongly ask you for a unanimous no vote on this request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Joyce Bailey Wilson. Are you on the call?
Yes, I'm here.
Outstanding. May I have your name and address, and I'll start your time when you're finished.
My name is Joyce Bailey Wilson. I live at 3803 Shady Hollow Lane. I oppose the Whitehaven Works project for several reasons. First, by rezoning a portion of Graves Road, we open the floodgates of business development in an already besieged neighborhood. At one end of the street, there's an area burdened already with the stench of waste connections. Now the council is being asked to book in another environmentally dubious industry at the other end. As a result, you doom this community to declining property values for generations to come. Would you want this in front of your home? This is a direct assault on African-American homeowners. Why must we always choose between economic development and retention of our neighborhoods? The size of this proposal is too large. I think it will impose an unreasonable burden with traffic and unsightly lighting in our community as well. And finally, we need fair, reasonable development of our communities. We are not opposed to the redevelopment of Whitehaven in the business community. We embrace that. just not in our front yard. That concludes my statement.
All right, thank you very much. Pearl Walker, are you on the line? Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, Ms. Walker, okay, get your name and address, home address for the record, and I'll start your time afterwards.
My name is Pearl Walker, 5378 Loch Lomond Road, 38116. I am the founder and president of the I Love Whitehaven Neighborhood Association, whose mission is to work with residents and businesses to sustain and rebrand Whitehaven. We know that government can't cure all of what ails Whitehaven, so we're just doing our part to support and make a difference. My mother, the late Maud Ethel Taylor Walker, a widow, single parent, and school teacher, purchased a home in the beautiful hamlet of Whitehaven in 1974, just 4 years after Whitehaven had been annexed to the city of Memphis. And she would be deeply saddened to hear of a factory at Graves. Our association supports anything that impacts Whitehaven in a positive way, but this factory at Graves is not that. We are against the factory at Graves School, which would destroy this community's prosperity, and actions to support this should be considered as a travesty to Whitehaven and the city of Memphis. I love Whitehaven, and I invite you all to do so as well. And remember, BNM, Black Neighborhoods Matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Walker. Holly Jensen Faulkner, are you on the line?
Yes, this is Holly Jansen Fulkerson.
All right, and may I have your home address, and I'll start your time.
Yes, it's 1677 Tutwiler.
Please share.
Okay, on behalf of Memphis Heritage and the historic neighborhoods we work to support, we are voicing our opposition to the planned development at the former Graves Elementary School. If I heard correctly, I think I heard Mr. Job say that the OPD recommended approval of this project. They did not. The OPD recommended rejection, and they noted that this development may unduly injure the use, value, and enjoyment of the surrounding residential properties in neighborhoods like Bluebird Estates, on McCorkle Road, and other neighborhoods. Many of these homes are older than 50 years, and they are architecturally and culturally significant. This kind of development can destroy the fabric of our historic neighborhoods forever. The neighbors do not want this development in their backyards, and there are plenty of other more appropriate and available places for this facility, perhaps not at the same price point that they're looking to purchase it for. We urge the City Council to reject this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Faulkner. Wanda Logan Faulkner, are you with us?
Councilman Colvette, Ms. Faulkner is with us. She's having a technical issue. If you don't mind, I'm going to call her to bring her in on speakerphone. Is that okay?
Sounds good. Why don't I call Marilyn Carruthers while you're doing that? Is that okay?
That's fine. Thank you.
Very good. Marilyn Carruthers, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
All right. May I have your name and address, and then please share.
My name is Marilyn Carruthers. I live at 3380 McCorkle Road. I have lived there for 33 years, which is directly across the street from the school. I am totally against having a factory of any kind in our neighborhood, in our front yards. Within the last 6 years, I have seen this property as an eyesore. Does it need to be removed? Yes. Should the building be torn down? Yes, but not replaced with a factory. Because we live in an opportunity zone, I see this factory as an early sign of gentrification coming into our neighborhood with no benefits. So I ask you, council, is this not the injustice that we are struggling with today? Make no mistake, I love my neighborhood and I have never had any problems while living here. In closing, I urge you, council, to vote no for this project, and please do not uproot our neighborhood. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Ms. Carruthers. Bryson, do you have Ms. Faulkner on the line?
Yes, Ms. Faulkner is right here on the line. Go ahead, Ms. Faulkner, with your name and address first.
Under Logan Faulkner, 3420 McCorkle Road, 38116. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity. I want to speak to the land use control, use control board's recommendation to reject this project based on the inconsistency with the Memphis 3.0 plan. This proposal is just wrong on so many levels. Rules, regulations, established unified development code, ethical and moral grounds relative to my residential neighborhood. The standards are minimum qualifications, and this project is so subpar to those standards that at its best, it would have to come up to the bottom. When asked what would it mean if the city council passed the 3.0 plan, the answer was you, the city council members, will have to make decisions on proposed developments based on the consistency with the 3.0 plan. The Memphis 3.0 plan passed the city council with a majority vote. Clearly, this proposal before you is not consistent with the plan as repeatedly outlined in the Land Use Control Board's recommendation to reject it. Again, this project at its best, it would have to come up to the bottom. We ask that you do not dismiss policy as we have seen uncovered nationwide on so many levels in the recent months. We simply ask that you follow policy that you as the governing body enacted only months ago. Please vote no to this proposed project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is Christian Allen Givens on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, may I have your name and address, and I'll start your time.
My name is Christian Givens. I live at 668 Breakville Avenue. I'm a new resident of Whitehaven. So a couple of things I want to address. Mr. Job and his colleagues stated earlier that the planned development would be 35 feet maximum height. According to the UDC guidelines, it states that the height must be between 22 and 30 feet. So that's in direct violation of that. In addition to that, he stated that the property would be 9.8 acres. The property as it sits now is about 10.1. The UDC states that it cannot exceed 60% of the land mass. So obviously simple math will tell you that it does exceed that. In addition to this, he mentioned something called clean production. As a chemical engineer who currently works in a manufacturing facility, there is no such thing as clean production. In 3D printing, anybody that understands the process, ultrafine particles that are volatile, toxins and carcinogens are produced in manufacturing, which will not only pollute the air, but can pollute the water for the residents that live in this area. So I am unequivocally opposed to having a factory in this middle-class, well-established neighborhood that is mostly a senior community. So I ask that the council votes against this development. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, Jesse Turner, are you on the line? Jesse Turner?
Jesse Turner was on the line. I'm not sure if he has exited the call.
Okay, while we're seeing if he can get back on, I'll go to Robert Hill. Are you on the line? Robert Hill.
Please unmute yourself.
Hello? Mr. Is this Jesse Turner?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. May I have your name and address, and I'll start your time when you're finished.
Thank you. My name is Jesse Turner. I live at 866 Tranquil Lane, Memphis, Tennessee, 38116.
Please proceed.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can I start?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, councilwomen and councilmen. I have been a resident in the Whitehaven area for 45 of the last 47 years, the last 25 of which has been spent in the Bluebird Estate, Twinkletown area on Tranquil. I ask you to vote against rezoning the Graves School property site. Workforce training is sorely needed. Preservation of neighborhoods is needed. Schools preserve neighborhoods. Training facilities do not. To the west along Winchester, just across the intersection at Graves, there is plenty of land unused at trucking companies on which to build the training facility there and leave the neighborhood zoning alone. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Turner. Is Mr. Hill, Robert Hill, on the phone?
Yes, sir, I am. This is Robert Hill at 855 Bluebird Road. I'm a resident there now 21 years this past July. I'm in opposition of this form of industrialized gentrification. There have been some misnomers and mistruths already spoken, that this particular building has never been a taxable building because it was a school. And then also with the pilot that they're probably trying to receive, I served over the pilots in the trustee's office, and I know 85% of them had very poor performance and performer. Also, I'm offended to even hear the notion that people will walk around with banana clips in neighborhoods that have homes that value $250,000 plus. And so there's plenty of land on Brook Road. There's plenty of land on Winchester that closed up trucking companies. And this is not the place to put industrialized gentrification in the middle of a working black middle class neighborhood. And this is just really unacceptable. We have been lied to before. There was supposed to be a retaining wall put behind the residents' homes on Masonwood that never occurred. There's supposed to be speed blocks on Bluebird that never occurred. And we're sick of the lies and broken promises.
Okay. Is it hot?
Mr. Hill, hold on 1 minute. Hold on 1 minute. Mr. Turner, your phone is still, please mute. There you go. Mr. Hill, I stopped your time. I'll start it again. Please continue. You have 38 seconds.
Yes, sir. We're tired of the broken promises that have been displayed to our community. We still have residents that never got a retaining wall behind Masonwood for the Elvis Presley's venture. We never got speed blocks down Bluebird where they defer all the traffic from Elvis Presley down a narrow street. They have almost hundreds of cars go down for Elvis Presley week. And this is also a new form of industrialized gentrification that is filled and riddled with misnomers and untruths.
Thank you very much, sir. Thomas Long, are you on the call?
Yes, I am.
All right, Mr. Long, I have your name and home address, and I'll start your time.
Okay. Good afternoon, City Council Chairman Robinson, members of the City Council. I'm Thomas E. Long, former City Court Clerk of Memphis, Tennessee. My address is 3694 Woodglade Lane, 38116. I have lived in this community for 44 years. I come before this council to ask each council member to vote no regarding item number PD 20-04, the Graves Elementary School property zoning change that will allow a manufacturing plant to be built. Before you vote, ask yourself if you would want a manufacturing plant built in your neighborhood, in the center of your neighborhood. We don't want it. Thank you for voting no.
Thank you, Mr. Long. Good to hear from you again, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Dr. Yvonne Nelson, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, ma'am. Your name and home address, and I'll start your 2-minute clock.
Councilman, there
Yes.
is a handout that Dr. Nelson has provided. Are you opposed to me putting that on the screen now?
Not at all.
Okay, thank you.
Ready?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Yvonne Nelson, and I live at 3519 McCorkle Road since January 8th, 1993. Thank you, Council. Please listen to our community as we ask you to collectively vote no, no factory at Graves. As far as numbers go, we have a total of 1,795 people who are broke down as follows. 268 individuals on Facebook who follow us and 264 who like us. 423 individuals who signed our online petition, 224 who made additional comments. on the petition. 226 individuals who participated in telephonic conferences to stay abreast of what they could do to stop this travesty from happening in their community. 348 individuals who text the word graves to the number 646, and 42 individuals who recorded messages of opposition for the phone train that you wouldn't let us play today. As far as opportunity zones go, they do not create value for residents. They only increase tax cuts for developers. 3D printing has several side effects that are less than ideal for maintaining a healthy environment. They emit radiations which can settle in the bloodstream or lungs, posing health risks, including cancer, which we're already dealing with because of waste connections, asthma, and other elements. How is this advantageous for anyone but the person who is proposing it and the dozen or so people who will actually get hired? There's no contract for training since November of 2019. There's no public transportation in this community, yet you want to put 268 cars in it and 1,000 people every day. You won't tell us how many days a week they're going to work. You won't tell us how many shifts they're going to work, and all that noise. Oh no, it won't be noisy. It won't disturb the quietness our many retired neighbors have come to enjoy. Oh, really? We don't believe that. You're willing to give away one.
Dr. Johnson, you're about to run out of time, my friend. Can you please wrap it up?
Yo, now she already got payment.
I'm getting feedback. We would like to implore upon you, City Council, to please say no. No factory at Graves Elementary School. Tell Shelby County Schools to stop lying and tear down Graves. If you feel you want or have to support this proposal with no training contract in effect since November 2019, please stop killing us and put it in an already existing, properly zoned industrial area. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, applicant, we're back to you. You have 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'd like to respond to a number of the comments. First and foremost, the idea that everyone is against this. The opposition is led under the guise that this is a factory that's going to produce billowing smoke out of it and harm the adjacent environment. That's not the case. I believe the plan development conditions can adequately protect the neighbors from a use such as that and do so as currently proposed, and we can revisit those if need be. But again, this is the first step in the process for this project. This is the site we've identified. This is the site that's under contract. Again, it's easy to say, go do it somewhere else. But again, with professionals involved, this is the site that's been identified that can work, and we have it under contract. The purchase is not going to go through without your approval today. And it's simply untrue that there's this multitude of ready-to-go sites where this project could go forward. The education and philanthropic portion of this project is dependent on the commercial aspect. You can't buy this expensive equipment, the 3D printers and all of the tools and equipment, computers that are necessary, and just run a training facility. The commercial aspect is required for the VOTEC training to proceed. The traffic concerns, again, we believe those are adequately addressed in the plan development. The commercial traffic will enter off of Winchester and will not have access. The roadways will not be designed in a manner to where big commercial trucks could access Graves. Again, one of the commenters was right that this property has never been on the tax rolls, and this would bring it back. My understanding is that the applicant will not be requesting a real property pilot, and we hope that you'll approve this development and look forward to the future of Memphis and Whitehaven. The economic impact that it will have is great, and we believe it will increase the property values. Although by bringing in a productive use that's not blighted, that's maintained, and that's designed in a manner to be as light of or not intrusive to the neighbors as can be, by maintaining the education facility aesthetic. Thank you.
Thank you. That's exactly 2 minutes and 40 seconds, Counselor. Well done.
Thank you.
That concludes the applicant's rebuttal. Opposition. You do have a little time remaining. Specifically, Joyce Bailey, Pearl Walker, Holly Faulkner, Marilyn Carruthers, Christian Gibbons, Jesse Turner, and Thomas Long. Do y'all wish rebuttal, or do y'all just want us to go straight to council members? Hearing none.
I have one comment.
Sir?
This is Robert Hill. I do have one comment. I worked in the trustee's office as the executive director, and I know that the truths have not been told. And I can tell you this has never been a tax producing property. Yes, it's an old property, but it's not a blighted property. And then there's plenty of Belts and C.B. Richard Ellis properties on Brooks and on Winchester that will be more than suitable for this. This really should stay residential, and it really should be for residential new homes to be built for the working class or elderly. This is not appropriate to put this type of facility close to $250,000 worth of homes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hill. Unless there's anyone else seeking recognition, that concludes the opposition's rebuttal.
We do have Ms. Wanda Faulkner, who is called on the phone here in the office, and she is ready to speak. I think she has 31 seconds.
Ms. Wanda Faulkner, you are recognized.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. This is Wanda Logan Faulkner again, and I do appreciate the opportunity to do a rebuttal to that. I want to come back again with what the Land Use Control Board stated, that this operation with the proposed mitigation strategies, as well as the limitations imposed as conditions put by the staff, it said that this facility will impact our day-to-day, not every now and then, but day-to-day operations will affect our livelihood. It will be, as the word says, it will be imprudent at this location and adversely impact the quality of life in surrounding neighborhoods. We've worked too hard for this. We've played by the rules. We've accomplished feats that others can only imagine. Why take away our hard-earned rewards by changing the rules for entities that have this personal playground? Again, there are several vacant locations. The Land Use Control Board said so, within 1 mile radius that are already industrially zoned.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bryson, she's overrun. All right. Thank you very much. Just following through. Is there anybody else, I can check your time, who wishes to speak in opposition rebuttal? Going once. That concludes opposition rebuttal. All right, everybody settle on in. I got some cards and letters to read to you. All right, first one comes from Michael Hooks Sr. Good morning. I wanted to express my concern about the rezoning of the Graceland area. This is a beautiful African-American neighborhood with rolling hills and mature trees. The community has lived in harmony with Graceland expansions for decades. However, as an appraiser, this will adversely affect desirability of residences in the area, therefore causing a decline in property values. Most of the residents are retired and can't afford to move. The choice that they choose these properties for forever homes. Please don't spoil their dreams. With best regards. All right, Carrie Miller Schwartz writes to us from 127 South Humes. I urge you and your colleagues to vote no on the application to convert Graves Elementary into a factory for EPE. Graceland is a great benefit to the city, but the statute of Elvis Presley Enterprises does not grant them a blank check to move forward with any project, no matter its impact of the community. The neighborhood does not want it. OPD has recommended rejection. There are other light industrial areas in the industrial sites in the area that are already zoned for this kind of activity. The many neighborhood associates of Midtown, as well as members of MAC, stand shoulder to shoulder, our neighbors to the south, of promoting smart growth and rejecting projects not beneficial to the residents of Whitehaven. Finally, I'm opposed to PD 20-4. Almost no neighbors are in favor of this development, which will be very bad for the neighborhood. Daisy Crump writes to us from 642 Breakville. I am Daisy Crump, homeowner 642 Breakville for more than 30 years. Agenda item PD 20-4. I am against the planned development and light manufacturing facility with or without printing components. Please do not approve the bill. Samantha Holmes from 888 Twinkletown. I am one of your constituents. I happily voted for a finer woman. Smile, Patrice. And I am writing to strongly protest the planned development of a light manufacturing facility in our neighborhood. Twinkletown is a beautiful, settled, and quiet neighborhood, and I am proud to call it home. One of the great charms of Twinkletown is that it is one of the few historically affluent Black neighborhoods in the city, and it is a highly desired neighborhood whose value has only increased over time. Please don't turn our cherished community into a ghetto and allow a factory to take down the property value we've all worked so hard to maintain. The disruption and noise will have catastrophic consequences for us. Please don't let that happen. Reginald Lake, MBA from 1097 Bluebird writes, I oppose the proposed development with or without the manufacturing plan of 3D facility at the site of Graves Elementary. Reverend Patsy Brown from 702 Brownlee writes, I am against the planned development light manufacturing facility with or without 3D printing component proposed for the property at Graves School. Candace Robinson from 554 Bonita writes, against the planned development light manufacturing facility with or without a 3D component. Thank you. Alice Robinson writes from 554 Bonita, same address, against the planned development and light manufacturing facility with or without 3D printing component. Thank you. Angela Washington writes from 3419 Graves, case number PD 20-4. I am against this planned development in my neighborhood. It will be a bad idea to have this facility across the street from my house. There will be too much traffic as well as noise interference coming in and out of my street. Plus, this is a residential neighborhood to have a business facility here. I care about my neighborhood to have this happen. Save our street. Joyce Albert from 3837 Graceland Drive writes, I am writing about the agenda item PD 20-4. I am against allowing the light manufacturing plant in the old Graves Elementary School. The residents in that immediate area are already impacted by the trash removal firm on Brooks Road. There are plenty of deserted buildings on Brooks Road and further down Winchester, which I assumed are zoned commercial that could be adopted for this use. Adapted. There are some beautiful homes in this area. Due to the current problems, much less any future problems, I am glad that I did not buy in that area. Give my fellow Whitehaven residents a break. Howard and Beverly Robertson, 9970 Tranquil Lane, right. First, we graciously say thank you. Thank you for your service to Memphis City Council during one of the most difficult and challenging years of our lifetime. It will feel like trying to walk in a dark room you've never been in that's full of furniture with a blindfold on. We recognize the challenges while we respect and appreciate your leadership. My wife Beverly and I are 34-year residents in Whitehaven, and our 3 adult children attended Graves Elementary. We love our home, we love our neighbors, and we love Whitehaven. That is singularly our motivation for wanting to better understand the facts about the plans for the Graves School property. We're thankful to have been provided the opportunity to review and vet the Graves School Made in Memphis project from the perspective of the Whitehaven community, led by Joel Weinshanker, majority owner of EPE and Made in Memphis. We're among the few residents having access to conversation and information with Joel, as well as taking a deep dive into specific aspects of the Made in Memphis plan. Before we did, we were not supportive of the initial plan that was presented. Actually, we were previously part of a neighborhood association lawsuit about noise from Graceland sound stages, but that's been worked out. We join our neighbors in appreciation for the investment, expansion, improvement, and world-class quality of what is now Graceland. There is vocal and virulent opposition to Made in Memphis LLC by some members of the community. While we respect their passion and their opinions, we also know that they have been subjected to emotional, inaccurate, and misleading information. It's reminiscent of rumors we first heard about Graceland becoming Elvis Land with Ferris wheels and roller coasters disturbing the peace of our community. Their most emotional and inaccurate argument is that a factory with noise and pollution will be forced on the community. In reality, this will be a high-tech facility unrivaled in this part of the country with computers driving 3D printing, robotics, and artificial intelligence without the noise, emissions, traffic, and general intrusion of traditional factory. Our children, like thousands of others who attended, are doing very well in their lives and careers due in no small part to preparation and lessons learned right there at Graves School. Therefore, we think it fitting and proper that the legacy to be expanded and continued at that site in terms of providing education and training to African American youth that will prepare and propel them to higher paying jobs and better lives. This has nothing to do with our position or job titles. It has everything to do with Beverly and Howard Robertson as Whitehaven residents. Beverly is also a proud graduate of the renowned Melrose High School and has unfortunately experienced seeing her beloved school building literally rot away over the years. The Graves School property in Whitehaven deserved much better. We sincerely hope that you and a majority of the Memphis City Council will avoid getting stuck in the status quo and focus on the future of Whitehaven. You can help turn vacant into vibrant by supporting a $50 million investment on this 10.2 acres, yielding training, jobs, economic development, and commitment to our younger generations. On Tuesday, August 18th, you can be the change agents to make things at Graves, Winchester, and McCorkle better than they are. We pray you will. James and Diane Peters of 3246 Brickville write, our comment is that we are both against the planned development light manufacturing facility with or without the 3D printing component. Thank you for seriously considering our position. Joyce Bailey Wilson of 3803 Shady Hollow Road Lane writes, I oppose Whitehaven Works at Graves Elementary. It will result in a decline in property values if that area is rezoned. Also, it is another assault on African American neighborhoods and homeowners. Alternative sites are within walking distance. Finally, it is unclear how large this facility will be and its environmental impact upon the community. Elizabeth English writes, 3311 Graves, I am opposing the former Graves Elementary School to be used as a light manufacturing facility in the middle of our neighborhood. Who would want or approve this 146,000 square foot facility to be built in their residentially zoned neighborhood? I don't want the noise from the commercial activity, increased foot, vehicle, or truck traffic, trash, burglaries, and crime. In no way, form, or fashion would the factory increase our property value as stated by attorney Glankler Brown, PLLC, for EPE. If it would be such an increased value, put the factory on Graceland property on Elvis Presley Boulevard or on land already zoned for industrial manufacturing production. Also, our Memphis city officials developed the Memphis 3.0 plan, and I shouldn't have to protest or fight for the rules, regulations, and zoning to be followed. The zoning requirements should not be rezoned to accommodate companies. Do not set a precedent in allowing this to happen. Please note my opposition to this application and disapprove their request. Estelle Martin from 3304 Brevard writes, it is with great disappointment that I'm writing this letter. Our neighborhood association has actively opposed the decision to have development of Elvis Presley Enterprises, DBA made in Memphis in our neighborhood. I am opposition to the change, that's what you wrote. I am opposition to the changes in the existing zoning from R10 to light manufacturing. I have lived in this neighborhood for over 40 years and take pride in my property. I am a retiree who actively works to preserve the integrity of my community. We are deeply impacted by this global pandemic, which prohibits many senior citizens in the community from meeting in person. We must rely on new technologies such as Zoom meeting or online chats to convey our concerns. It is my strong belief that a structure of this magnitude will never be a welcome sight nor a positive impact on this community. I am asking all council members to understand the hearts of the neighborhood association and consider this development and vote no. Burl Toller, 3580 Graves writes, in reference to agenda item PD 20-4 as a property owner in the Graves Road community, zip code 38116. For the record, I am totally against the planned development and light manufacturing facility in our Graves Road community. Rosie Sykes from 3496 McCorkle writes, I'm writing to you as a constituent and a 25-year resident of Whitehaven. I want to express my opposition to the proposal by Graceland Enterprises to convert the old Graves Elementary School into a light manufacturing Vo-Tech training center. I have seen ups and downs in our community. With the improvements of Elvis Presley Boulevard, I feel that a resurgence is occurring. Putting the proposed facility in the middle of a residential neighborhood is not in the best interest of our community. My concerns are increased traffic and devaluation of property values. I would like to see a better use of the property, i.e. a community center for senior citizens. Therefore, I request you consider voting against this proposal. Audra Owens of 885 Twinkletown writes, I am emailing you regarding PD 20-4. My comment is, I am against the planned development and light manufacturing facility with or without 3D component in my neighborhood. Frederick Moore and Kathy Harris Moore of 3269 Louisville write, We are not interested in having any kind of manufacturing facility located in the former Graves Elementary School. We feel that it will be an eyesore for our community. The building can be better used as a facility to help our children, our elderly, or anything that will lead to having a thriving community. Having a manufacturing facility directly in front of our homes would be awful. We'll stand with our community members that say no to the manufacturing facility. Rita Davis of 3288 Brevard writes, please do not change our neighborhoods to light commercial zones. Decrease our property value, increase traffic, increase noise level in a peaceful neighborhood, and possible health issues with digital process manufacturing. We are surrounded by vacant commercial zoning not utilized. Please have big business utilize them for profit, not our neighborhood. Doris Lacey of 3390 McCorkle writes, I am urgently writing you in an effort to prevent the property value here in Whitehaven from plummeting. I strongly oppose any facet of the planned development and light manufacturing facility in the Whitehaven area with or without a 3D component. Brittany Williams of 644 Whiteside Cove writes, I am against the planned development of the light manufacturing facility with or without 3D component. Jackie Grafton of 3627 Lakeview writes, I am in opposition to the project at Graves Elementary. This is not good for our residential neighborhood. Wallace Jenkins of 3653 Graves writes, with all due respect, and whether with or without 3D component, in no way do I want light manufacturing facility located in the heart of my neighborhood. There is space down the street on Brooks Road that is more appropriate for manufacturing, period. That is all I have to say. Belinda Daniel of 3826 Malden writes, I am against the planned development and light manufacturing facility with or without the 3D component. Dolores Harley of 3799 Clary Drive writes, against the manufacturing residential area. Vote no. Phineas Stokes on behalf of Save Whitehaven, 3717 Shady Hollow Lane writes, I'm writing on behalf of the Save Whitehaven. I have been living in Whitehaven all my life, and I must say I do not want a warehouse in my neighborhood. My parents live in Whitehaven, and I've also bought my home in Whitehaven. Please do not allow a warehouse to be in our neighborhood. Charmine Wells of 3410 McCorkle writes, I do not want a factory across the street from my home. I didn't move into this neighborhood for a factory to be built in our community. Why don't they go build at another location? Misspelling. Our community is quiet. I'm misspelling. Our community is quiet. We not need a lot of traffic in the middle of our neighborhood. Thanks. Please find another location to build. I'm pretty sure there are many other places other than our neighborhood. Tony Wright from 3313 McCorkle writes, I am vehemently opposed to having such a facility in my neighborhood, as this will bring much unwanted traffic. And yes, I have heard your argument that Winchester would be the main thoroughfare which delivery traffic will use. There are signs posted on Graves and McCorkle roads which prohibit truck traffic, and will still have trucks using these streets as a pass-through from Winchester to Brooks and vice versa, as Brooks Road is the nearest interstate exit entrance to the Graves Elementary site. If this company gives truckers a reason to travel Graves and McCorkle, this will increase the amount of truck traffic passing through my neighborhood. And all you will be able to do is request that the truckers not use these two streets to access that facility. They currently ignore the laws and the posted notice of the law which prohibits truck traffic on those two streets. I have 5 grandchildren who at any given time, could be on McCorkle and run into the street after a ball and get run over by one of these trucks cutting through to get to Made in Memphis manufacturing. I hear your question, begging my answer. Yes, my grandchildren could be run over by the permitted car traffic, but the increased through traffic of 18-wheelers increases the likelihood of them being run over chasing a ball, and trucks will have a much harder time stopping even if the driver sees the child running in the street. If you know children like I do, you are aware that when the time comes to play and have fun, they're often so caught up in the moment that they do not rationalize the impending danger. Also, there's a noise level that comes with truck traffic, which violates my right to peaceful enjoyment, and the weight of those delivery trucks destroy the pavement, creating potholes that we, the residents, have to bear until whenever the city of Memphis decides to fix them. Also, please consider the danger to those working in this facility as well as neighboring citizens. When the nozzle of a 3D printer heats up a filament, it releases air pollutants into the air. The heating of a plastic filament will degrade it, which emits gases and nano-sized particles into the air. On average, a regular 3D print job could release more than 1 billion particles. Remember, I said nano-sized particles. These particles will affect the lungs because of their size. They can pass through the lungs into the bloodstream and reach other organs, like the heart, liver, and even the brain. Please do not allow them to kill my 5 grandchildren nor any of my neighboring kids. There are numerous available sites in Whitehaven which are already zoned for commercial use. What would your vote be if Made in Memphis wanted to put a facility on Players Club Parkway just outside the gates of Southwind where the PGA holds its tournaments? There are many other spots which I could name in Cordova, Germantown, and Collierville where this, would not even be considered. Please not allow them to do this to another Black neighborhood. Any qualified commercial realtor in Memphis would be elated to help Made in Memphis find a commercially zoned property. Please choose another location and do not put this manufacturing plant facility in my neighborhood. Last but not least, Pauletta Ogilvy writes to us from 828 Rosemont. I am against allowing the light manufacturing facility to be built in our community. This will negatively impact my property value and could possibly contribute to air pollution. This is a quiet community, and having a manufacturing facility as a neighbor is not ideal. Colleagues, that concludes our letters on this case. We now go to, thank you. I still have my voice. Always remember that the opinions of these letters do not reflect this councilman. I just simply read them. Don't kill the messenger. All right, we go to council members now. In the queue, I have Smiley, Jones, and Warren. Correct. Councilman Smiley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Covet. I appreciate the opportunity to share brief remarks. I think I'm going to start with what I shared in committee about my evening yesterday. Yesterday, I took a trip to McCorkle Road and Graves. I think this is my second trip in the neighborhood since learning of the Graves Elementary Project. The first time I wanted to, just walk around the vacant school building and just take a look at what was transpiring there. And I did see a lot of, remnants of some type of legal use of the facility. And this time, I think I focused more on talking to the residents. I think one of our speakers in opposition, I knocked on her door, Miss Wanda Logan Faulkner, and she expressed her concerns about it. But this time I spoke to 10 individuals, and I guess it kind of pushed back against the narrative that everyone in the community is against it. I spoke to 10 individuals. There were 5 hard no's, 3 yeses, and 2 I don't care. And then, I think the thing that stayed with me the most was what a gentleman said to me, and I think he hit the nail on the head with his remarks. He said, ultimately, what we have to decide here today is whether the perceived greater good, which would be jobs and having a valuable property on the tax rolls, outweighs the concerns of the neighborhood. And I think that's where we find ourselves here today. And I just want my colleagues to think about that. But I do have several questions, and hopefully someone can give me some clarity on my questions, because I do think this is a difficult decision, especially when we talk about what we want in the community. We talk about jobs frequently, we talk about paying a living wage, and we talk about how do we reduce crime in our community. And what we talk about is reducing poverty. We talk about putting people back to work, and people are back to work. People who have dollars in their pocket are less likely to commit crimes. I do believe it accomplishes that goal, but I do think the position of the facility is less than ideal. But so I just want some clarity on a few questions, and I try to be as quick as possible, Chairman Covet. I want to know the difference, quickly as possible, the difference between, the current proposal and the requested revision.
Josh, Mr. Whitehead, are you on the call?
Yes, sir. And if Ms. Hyman can share my screen, I have a red line version of what the applicant has shared with us. Councilman Smiley, essentially the difference is there's 2 differences between the resolution in front of you and the requested revisions by the applicant. Number 1 are the uses permitted. The resolution as presented to you and as voted by the Land Use Control Board limited it to one use, really, in addition to the permitted uses in the residential zoning district. and that is a printed light manufacturing facility and VOTech training school. The list towards the bottom of the screen represents what the applicant would like to add to that. Basically, all the uses allowed in the light industrial EMP zoning district minus funeral services, adult-oriented entertainment, etc. The number 2 change was with regard to height. The resolution in front of you allows 30 feet in building height, and the applicant's renewed request adds 5 feet to that, so it's 35 feet.
Okay, thank you. I also want to hear from, I guess, the applicant as it relates to, there's been strong pushback or strong concerns from the community about what potentially happened to property value, concern about property value decreasing, or the inevitability of the property value increasing in the neighboring homes. Could someone address that?
Yes, Mark Job here. To that, we would say this is going to be approximately $50 million investment in this property. The homes currently, what's maybe driving property values down is the blighted 10 acres sitting in front of them that has access points, is deteriorating, has weeds growing, telephone poles down, open portables. I'm not saying that this community is dangerous. I'm saying the current existing facility on the site is dangerous and negatively impacts property values. And this will bring a productive use to the site, increase certainly the property value of this site. And we believe that the positive nature of development will pull up and increase property values. We think some people will desire to live near this. Again, there's no smokestacks. And this is going to be limited to the interior, the production aspect of it. And it's going to be training and providing skills and jobs to the people that need it. And for those reasons, we believe that this will have a positive impact on the community. It's going to be the best facility on the street, on Winchester, on Elvis Presley. This is unrelated to EPE, or not completely. Obviously, Mr. Weinshanker is the principal, but his facilities at Graceland are first class and look great, and they're redeveloping and improving Elvis Presley Boulevard, and we believe this will continue to benefit the area and improve the area. It's not, and Mr. Weinshanker is not pursuing this development to injure Whitehaven. We believe that this will be a benefit to Whitehaven and drive additional investment in the area.
Okay. My next question. Yesterday, when I guess going door to door canvassing, or just speaking to the residents of that area, I guess one of the repeated concerns that brought to my attention was traffic. And one of the individuals, I think Mr. Bright was the gentleman's name, he stated that currently, although trucks are not supposed to be traveling down McCorkle, the trucks still travel down McCorkle, and there is no, I guess, police presence to, I guess, deter them or tell them, that this is not in compliance with the law. Would there be any mechanism in place to deter truck traffic? I understand that, the trucks are supposed to come in on a Winchester, but what if a truck decided to take a shortcut and cut through the neighborhood? I think there was a repeated concern, and I knocked on several doors. When I just think about both times I visited this site, so I just want to hear you speak to that.
Sure. Logistically, the truck traffic will have no reason to come down McCorkle or Graves Road to access this facility. The drive will be just off of Winchester, and my presumption would be that they'll take a left or right off of Winchester and use that major thoroughfare to go to their next stop. We will post adequate signage, notifying them. And again, the property is designed such that the commercial use for this property, not for all of the other properties in the area, will be accessed off Winchester and won't create traffic on Graves and McCorkle. We've also been advised by our client that the truck traffic necessary for this operation will be limited. There's not going to be a lot of truck traffic. And we believe it, the way it's designed will limit it to access off of Winchester.
Okay. And I received another question from someone. They were concerned about, a lot of talk about Graves Elementary and the proposed project and the potential value it would have to the greater community as a whole, so to speak. But are there any jobs specifically for Whitehaven residents?
I'm not sure that there will be jobs specifically earmarked for Whitehaven residents.
Hi, this is Joel Weinshanker. Councilman Smiley, let me chime in there. All of the jobs are going to initially be available to only Whitehaven residents. And then the jobs that aren't able to be filled by Whitehaven residents will then be offered to other people from Memphis. And then once that's exhausted and there's still jobs available, then they'll be offered to residents of Shelby County.
Okay. How many jobs are we talking about total?
So the project is going to create 1,000 jobs, not in the Graves School, but overall in Memphis within about 6 years.
Okay, thank you.
Which would make it one of the 10 largest private employers in Memphis.
Okay, let me go through my notes real quick. Okay, I think this is a question for someone from the city administration. Currently, the property on the tax rolls generate how much for the city, and after the proposed development, how much will it generate for the city?
It generates zero for the city right now. We've made this statement before, but we are asking the city or county for nothing. No pilot, no money, no anything. So this would be a fully taxed property in the first year once the building was built and it was assessed. So right now it generates zero for the city.
Can someone speak to how much it would generate once the property or perspective?
I can tell you, and Mr. Whitehead might have a much better, may or may not. I can tell you based upon the property value and what we pay for in other properties in Whitehaven, I think you'd be looking at somewhere between $500,000 and $750,000 a year in property tax.
Is there anyone from the city here who could just briefly chime in on that?
Mr. Whitehead, are you with us?
Yes, sir. Josh Whitehead, Division of Planning and Development. I scrolled over to a nearby site that's owned by Limbeck USA LLC. It's an older warehouse, but it's definitely in the immediate vicinity. This is just west of Graves. And it looks like the county assessor assesses it at $13,080. And so then you multiply a 40% tax rate for, the assessment includes that. So you multiply 13,080 times $3.20 per 100.
The assessed value would be more than $13,000, Josh.
Excuse me. This Limbeck warehouse is assessed at $409,000, just to use that as an example. So you multiply the tax rate and you get $12,000 in taxes. Now that's an old building, but it is one that's immediately adjacent.
So
might I suggest, this is Hunter Humphreys, that you ask Mr. Weinshanker what the fair market value after the property's improved, and you multiply that by your 40%. And then you multiply that by the city and county tax rates, and it should be very much more than that sample property that we're talking about.
Yes.
I don't want anybody to do too much math. So essentially, we're talking about I don't know, anywhere we're moving from 0 to, I guess, 200,000 or more yearly. The city will receive from this property. Would that be accurate to say? Fair to say?
1.74. If it were valued at, this is quick and dirty
Just
math.
real quick.
But if it were valued at $10 million, that would be the appraised value. 40% of that would be your assessed value, and then you would multiply that by the tax rate, which I believe is 3.7%. Right, for the right, and that creates over $150,000 in taxes. Loose math, but I believe if it were appraised at $10 million, the assessment would be $4 million, and then you would multiply that by the collective tax rate.
Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna ask one more question, if the chair allows, and I'm gonna make a statement, and I'll be back listening to my colleagues. If I may, I would like to hear, I guess, from community, Ms. Faulkner, and the community, just to see if the statement by Mr. Wineshaker about the priority placed on Whitehaven being, I guess, the center point of individuals being hired. Does that change your position? If not, why?
All right, I have Ms. Faulkner on the line.
I
need you to turn everything else off. Okay, here you go. Go ahead, Ms. Faulkner. You can speak now.
Answer the question.
Councilman, would you please ask the question?
State my question.
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Wineshaker stated that as it relates to the jobs that the facility will bring to the city, Whitehaven residents will have a priority, meaning that they will be hired first. And if Whitehaven residents do not meet whatever certain qualifications, then it will go to the greater community. My question for you is, does the fact that Whitehaven will receive preference as it relates to the jobs that the facility will house, does it change your opinion or your perspective about this project?
Oh, no,
If not,
definitely.
why?
It does not change my opinion at all. As a matter of fact, it makes me dig my heels in even more in opposition. I've heard all of the talk, and even though, you know, the members of the Whitehaven community will have first bids or dibs at this, that's a discriminatory process anyway. If people need jobs, regardless of where they live. When this Memphis 3.0 plan was in the research phase, it was automatically stated that 70% of the Memphis residents do not actually have. We don't live in communities, that we have to ride buses, and so numbers that you have to consider how these employees are going to get to work. We're not on the bus line, so where are these people coming from? The wages that are being proposed is already estimated that 33% of the people that people utilize 33% of their salaries to get to work. 33% of the taxes and transportation is below living wage, poverty level, whole 9 yards. When we're looking at the numbers, I'm discouraged because there's so many variables. There's so many unknown variables. We're sitting here at the time of the decision to be made, trying to calculate numbers and it's all perceived. I heard the attorney mention those buzzwords: perceived, intent, presumption. Nothing was definite. Nothing is definite, but what is definitely definite is that it would have an adverse impact on our livelihood. It will have an adverse impact on our property value. I am a great swim fan. I am one of the people that, you know, I was sick last week because I did not get an opportunity to attend Elvis Week. I have attended Elvis Week faithfully for the last few years. This is not in line. I've been to the buildings. I've seen the facilities inside of what was built over there. I saw blight. I think that is a subjective term. I live directly across from Graves on the east side. Third house on the east side from Winchester.
blight. Putting a big building, increasing this from 30 to 35, that's blight in my front door. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for your feedback, Ms. Faulkner. Okay, so colleagues, this is a tough one for me for a lot of the things that I stated previously. One, I think we have to be mindful that this is a community, and I think there's a lot of things, especially about the jobs and bringing young people on, and putting those people, the at-risk youth, to work. Between the problem ages between 18 and 24, they have an opportunity to go to work, but then we still have to balance with the concerns of the community. And I just go back and forward, and then I think about Ms. Faulkner said, use the word variables and things that we know for sure. What we do know is I think the property's been vacant for several years at this point, and no one has made a legitimate offer to purchase the property, do anything of value with it. What we do know, if we tell Mr. Weinshanker or Made Memphis LLC know today that the property will continue to be a ICE or continue to be a blighted property. What we do know today, if we say no or yes, there will be individuals, people that I respect on the foresight, and people I respect on the they're strongly against it. It's going to be mad at us, sending us emails no matter what we do here today. So this is going to be a tough one for me. And with that, I yield back, and I will listen to my colleagues and try to get better understanding. Thank you.
Thank you. Great questions. Great questions. I know you're struggling with this one. All right, Councilman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The question that I have, Mr. Weincheck, I didn't know you were on the line. Good afternoon to you. Can you provide a breakdown of the $50 million investment in this property?
Sure. So you're going to have $12 to $14 million in the build of the property. It's not being built as a warehouse. It's a high-tech building. The majority of it being built as school and offices. Then over the period of time of the project, you're looking at another $12 to $15 million in the vocational training part. So the plan is to train, at least 1,000 people over 7 to 8 years for those positions. And then the balance is the equipment. These are, brand new, state-of-the-art, next-generation 3D printers and the equipment needed to support them.
Okay. Can you also address the assertion made about the barrier on Mason Wood? I think somebody raised that issue, and that there was a commitment to erect something, but that wasn't fulfilled.
So I can tell you that without the specific, as it relates to one person, that we have had many interactions with the community, the community groups, and that we have, I think, lived up to every single one of the commitments, and that I have not heard, any issues with any residents. And I talk to residents in that area on a very regular basis. And if someone has a problem specifically, they should go to their neighborhood group, and we meet with them all the time. Obviously, okay. we may need to have a virtual meeting at this point, but whatever group, whatever neighborhood meeting, committee that is, we will meet with them within a week just to understand if there was an issue. But we literally have not had a negative interaction in a long time with anybody regarding something that we were supposed to do.
Okay, but now I think that sounds a little bit more forward thinking. I'm asking specifically about with the sound stages. Were there some representation made? Were there some representations made?
Yeah, we hired on audio engineers, and specifically changed things within the sound stage so that there would not be any bleed. And then I believe even after that, there were some, because I'm not an architect and I'm not an engineer. So, but there were actually things done. Can you still hear me? I'm sorry.
I can, yes.
Yes, I'm sorry. That there were things done to even mitigate any issues, but that we brought on an engineer, an audio engineer, and actually made adjustments. And I've actually stood behind the exhibition space, which lands between, which is after the soundstage, but before anyone's property during a concert, with no level of audio bleeding through.
Okay, thank you. This is a hard decision, colleagues. I think in this community, we've seen when schools are closed, how they can fall into greater states of disrepair and neglect and become further blighted. I would hope that, we would be more active in what takes place, particularly when it talks about school closings in our neighborhoods, because it may say Shelby County Schools in name only, but the majority of the business of the buildings are located within the city limits of Memphis. So I asked, this is just a general question, and if there's somebody that can respond to it, I'd appreciate it. I asked those in opposition, which would you think would have a more negative impact on your neighborhood and property values? This as a blighted structure, or if there's an adaptive reuse for this building? I think that we have two extremes. One saying this is the optimistic view of it, one saying this is the pessimistic view of it. And I think that the reality is somewhere in between, might be smack dab in the middle. I just don't know. I also think that sometimes we have more information than the citizens, and we have to vote based upon having that advantage. We also must weigh the voices and the wishes of those that we represent. So in this instance, I'm just still perplexed, and I would like to hear from my colleagues as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Councilman Warren, you recognize.
Well, but before you look forward, can I ask if somebody who is representing the opposition, if they could sort of address that and answer that, which do they think would have a more negative impact on their neighborhood and property values? This is a blighted structure or some adaptive reuse of this building?
Councilman Jones, could I suggest that Mr. Robert Hill speak to it, or Mr. Hooks, either or? Both of them have experience with
Okay,
that.
Either way, yep. Thank you.
I'll be more than happy to.
All right, who is this?
This is Robert Hill.
All right, you're recognized.
Yes, sir. My background, I was the executive director for the trustee's office, and I'm very familiar with taxation and ad valorem of the numbers. And so when you say $50 million, those $50 million are more than likely tax credits. And then once you merge that with Southwest or have a partnership with Southwest, then their nonprofit status will also make the property non-profit as well, which then erodes the tax collections again. So it's never on the tax collections because of school, and then the probability of it becoming a taxable property is going to probably be exempt at some point in time through tax credits being utilized to build it in conjunction with its partnering with Southwest Community School.
Councilman
Did
Jones?
everyone hear?
Okay, yeah, okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman Jones. Councilman Warren, you're recognized.
Well, I had just one question. Now I've got two after listening to our last speaker. Is it actually true that this property, if the building goes in, won't be taxed? Is that the business plan, that there won't be tax on it? I guess I need to ask that of Elvis Presley Group.
Well, it's made in Memphis. So no, that's not the intent, nor I believe is the reality. Southwest is going to be teaching there. They don't have any ownership. This is going to be fully taxed without with the commitment never to go to the city council for normally in any sort of this development, there would be part of the package which has been offered to us in many other cities would be a tax abatement. We've committed not to doing that in Memphis.
And I guess my second question is, and I think this is really the crux of the matter, and this probably should be for Mr. Whitehead and also for Elvis Presley, maybe in that order. Are there 10 acres in this general area that could easily be converted into the business that is being proposed? Or is this really the only 10 acres in that general area that could be used? And if it isn't, then why is this particular 10 acres important for the business operations? So, Mr. Whitehead?
Josh Whitehead with the Division of Planning Development. Councilman, it appears that there are several properties along the north side of Brooks that are undeveloped still. Waste Connections also, if you recall, last year they made a request to expand to their east. That request was denied, so they have a 30-acre parcel.
Who's they?
They Waste Connections that they are not utilizing right now. So there's a few undeveloped pieces of properties in the immediate vicinity, and in addition to those, I bet there are some underutilized existing structures.
Are those properties for sale?
Well, I wanted to clarify my earlier statement. I used an example of a pretty low assessed building. I went on Google Street View and it looks like it's on the market and completely empty, which might explain its low assessment. But to your immediate question, it is appearing to be empty and on the market, and it's 20 acres.
It's a 10-acre piece of property.
20.
Okay. So I guess this is now for Elvis Presley. Is why would a property that's close by that you don't have to get this, change in zoning? Why would that not be more attractive than this? What makes this piece of property more attractive?
Well, the two things. I can't speak to a piece of property I'm not aware of. We did an 18-month search. It needs to be in the development zone to get certain federal benefits that we need. So I can't, you're asking me a blind question and you're throwing out something that I have no perspective on. But we did a very specific search, taking into account, as someone actually came up and said, that there is, that the majority use for this building is going to be to teach the youth how to work these machines. That's the majority use of these buildings. In Whitehaven, trying to get them as close as possible to the location where they live, so that because they don't have transportation, it's exactly the point. So after doing that search over an 18-month period, and after having time after time after time being delayed within the city government trying to bring these jobs, this is where we ended up. But people will remember I made the first proposal for this. And again, this is trying to do something for the community. As I went through the community, I discovered two things. Whitehaven is a beautiful community that every 10 or 12 blocks has a blighted building. I spoke to Rick Neal, who I believe is on a blighted building task force within Memphis, and Josh Whitehead might be able to correct me in his title if he's aware, to what could be done about these blighted buildings. And very little to none could, because no one had a budget to do anything. And then I looked at how can I provide jobs and how can I get rid of a blighted building? How can we give people the skill set? People who are diminishing an 18 or 19-year-old making $33,000 a year, people who have the gall to say that it's below a living wage should look on the MIT's living wage calculator before they speak out of turn. But this has been, I can get a much better deal in many other cities who have the ability to give us substantial amounts of money to bring these jobs. But I tried to do this for Whitehaven because I've decided to stake a substantial financial, part of the monies that I've made throughout my life in Whitehaven. When we built the hotel, I had to basically mortgage my home to guarantee the build of that hotel. Because no bank in the country would loan money to someone crazy enough to want to build a nice hotel in Whitehaven and in Memphis. The largest hotel built in 90 years would have not gotten built if I wouldn't have put my home on the line to get it built. So this entire exercise has been to try to take care of a blighted area and to teach young people in Whitehaven, in Fraser, in Memphis, a skill set that can bring them on. If the city of Memphis does not want this, and the city of Memphis does not believe that this is a game changer and can change the dynamic. I was told by a city council person several years ago when I said I want to bring manufacturing jobs to Whitehaven, the city council person said, we really don't care about jobs in Whitehaven. We mostly have retired people in Section 8 housing. And if I would have taken that and said, okay, I guess I'm not needed, I could have brought the jobs elsewhere. But I still believe that, especially in this day and age, especially in this community, these jobs are desperately needed because you need young people to stay in Whitehaven. You need young people to stay in Fraser. If they do not stay in the community ages out and the community becomes nothing.
Mr. Weinschweiker, I think, one thing that may make this more likely for it to be successful for Memphis and everything else, if we could maybe delay this vote for 2 weeks and allow you the opportunity to look at other, I move that we delay the vote for 2 weeks and allow him the opportunity to look at other properties in this area to see if there now is potential where there wasn't when he started his search. And then come back to our committee come back to the council with the findings of what he's been able to ascertain during that 2 weeks.
Second.
All right, I have a motion on the floor. Who seconded it?
Smiley.
All right, I have a motion to hold for 2 weeks, seconded by Smiley. Does anyone oppose it?
Yeah, I do. For the time being, let's table this and get through this thing. I'd like to hear from everybody else.
Councilman Ford, I like to speak no matter what y'all do because I'm tired of people lying, okay? So whenever y'all decide to finish, let me tell y'all a few things, okay?
All right, let's do that. Let's do this. Councilman Warren, please
hold my motion until later.
All right, motion to hold has been withdrawn. Councilman Ford, you're recognized.
All right, let's get the story straight, okay? First of all, I want my time like everybody else was sitting there talking, okay? So I'm gonna do a little talking. I live at 917 Summer Shade, 38116, right behind Graceland. First lie. They haven't met and they haven't solved any of our problems with the sound stage and everything else. I'm part of our community organization. Nothing has been done. We've been trying to deal with them for the last year and a half. Nothing has been done. The only time that they made a phone call when now they want this over here on Graves. That's the first lie. Okay, second, which kind of bothers me, the speaker for Glenka Brown, every word that came out of his mouth, he said, we have misconceptions. Misconceptions. I got an issue with misconceptions. Our neighborhood is probably about right at 90% black. We still have quite a few whites, but misconceptions, that means to me, like I don't know what I'm talking about. But the people that live in my neighborhood are doctors, lawyers, ministers, teachers, and entrepreneurs. Very smart people. The misconception is them, not us. I want them to kind of think, don't use those type words because you're trying to call me stupid. And that's what I'm not, okay? Sight and blight. The school should have been torn down through the school system at least 4 to 5 months ago. But since Graceland wanted, they've been holding it there so we would not have the blight if they would have done their jobs, okay? You got everyone in the neighborhood except for a few, and the few that's in the neighborhood that must support the job that they hold, they cannot go against it, okay? Let's be honest, tell the truth about it all, okay? Mr. Weinschenker, And I don't want you to interrupt me, period. You interrupt one of the other council members. Don't you come on the line with me, please. He's one of the linest people I ever seen in my life. He never tell the truth about anything, you know, and you want to talk about Grace and what they end up building. Hey, whereas they won't, hey, with the sound stage, they won't build a wall. They won't talk back with us. They won't do any of these things. And if you pass by Graceland over on the craft, you look like we ain't got nothing but warehouses in a very fine neighborhood. Everything that Graceland's asked for, they've never done once they get what they want. As long as if we approve something like this, we don't know what may be. You're talking about, hey, where they having their sound stage and all the rest. If you go down there, it's built a certain way. And the only reason why they can't do nothing because, hey, we got the FedEx Forum keeping an eye on them, okay? But they got it made where they could do whatever they feel like. But they, hey, FedEx Forum is keeping an eye on them, okay? Because to keep them from doing what they want to do. It's kind of sad, you know. They got a lot of different places that they can go, which is round in the neighborhood. They can get the property really right next to Graceland if they wanted to. It's been for sale for the long. There's plenty enough land. I don't want my council members to be fooled by these people. They've been fooling people for a long, long time. Time out for that. You know, the neighborhood says they don't want, let's respect the neighborhood. I don't think they would want this out east. I don't think they would want it in certain other neighborhoods. And this is a very nice neighborhood. Maybe we need to step up to the plate and make sure that the school system tear it down. Let Graceland go somewhere else. Because the way I feel, and just to be honest, whatever Graceland tell you, it's not going to be the truth. It's only for their benefit. Nobody else's benefit. Mr. Wine Shaker talking about he put his house up. Please don't go there with us. That's not true. You know, I can put all the records on it, okay? If he wants me to, but I don't want him to fool anybody today. And I don't want nobody to be fooled today. You know, the neighborhood is spoken. He had all of those cards with all the different people. You may have one or two that really don't care because they don't care about nothing anyway. But you got 95% plus that said, hey, they care about their neighborhood. Not only that, it was rejected by OPD. I don't know why OPD keep on talking this different things. If it is changed to light industrial, and Graceland has never really kept everything that they said. It could go out of business in with 6 months. After 6 months, anyone can move in there. And I mean, I don't think that's fair. You know, OPD knows that. You know, they know that. People know that. When you change the zoning, the majority of ones that come, that's just like, hey, when we do that for a lot of people, they don't stay there, but others come in and really mess up a neighborhood. Let's be for real today, y'all. This man doesn't tell the truth to anyone. And I'm talking about Mr. Wine, how he pronounces it, Wine Shanker. He wouldn't tell the truth to himself, only unless it benefits him. I got issues with that. Time out for benefiting everybody else. The neighborhood is more important than benefiting one person that really don't care about Whitehaven or nothing else. Don't care about the people of Whitehaven. I ask for everybody to vote this down today. Let them go find them something else to do, and let's move on. And I would like for Graceland to do what they're supposed to do in my back door that they keep saying has been taken care of. None have been taken care of. And not only that, I had to force them. There's a neighbor on the corner of Craft and Masonwood. I had to get quite a few people on Graceland because what they were doing, the man was losing his backyard. They did not want to do anything about it. Had to force them to fix it. They didn't care. As long as they got what they wanted, they did not care. I don't know if they didn't care about us. And I don't want to say color, but hey, I got a feeling. And then let me just say this too. He talking about the hotel. Yeah. Don't let me get started on the hotel across the street. Don't let me get started. First of all, they didn't even want us to come in the hotel. We were the first to get there. I got issues with it. We're the ones. Okay? People in Whitehaven, everybody else, they might go out of business if it wasn't for the people in Whitehaven that use it in these other areas. So, hey, I don't want to go too far, but he knows I got issues. But they didn't even want us in the front door. Okay? So we need to think about this. This is a black area right now. I asked my white colleagues, the black colleagues, let's let them find somewhere else. Go about their business. We don't have a problem with that. I'm gonna be quiet for a minute because it's very upsetting when people don't care about who you are around and you're supposed to be a good neighbor. They're not neighbors. You know, I'm gonna go back to, for all of this, somebody went to Graceland. Hell, they sent them down to Mississippi. Next place, they just keep Elvis Presley on down till you get State Line Road. Do you think they cared about Whitehaven? No. They still do it today. So y'all think about this lying man, always been, and then not only, he sent some emails out trying to threaten, but you know what? The people that he sent it to, they have nothing to do with the city of Memphis. They don't have nothing to do with the neighborhood. Kind of sad. Real sad. And I ask y'all, please don't let them do it and fool you. You'll find out a little bit different down the road. And if you're not from Whitehaven, hey, you really don't know. I've been here all my life, but if you haven't been living in the Whitehaven area, you may not know all what's needed to know. But I know, and they're in my backyard. Backyard. Okay? Backyard. You know, I can't sleep. They have their vigil on the 16th of August. That's my anniversary day. Okay? I can't hardly get home. Well, it wasn't too hard this year because didn't nobody come. But I got home, but you know, it used to be, but hey, everybody, I had campers parked on my, hey, right on my street, right in front of my house. I had all of those different things, which was kind of sad. I live in a very nice neighborhood, kind of hidden. We want to kind of keep it that way. I had a fire at my house. Bad thing about the fire, I had to put it out myself because the fire department, when they got there, said, we got lost. I thought sure they would know where every street is, okay? So let's be careful with these people. They don't care about us. They don't care about the neighborhood. They only care about themselves. Time out for themselves. It's the people. We got to be the ones that live here. We got to clean up their mess all the time. I appreciate you. I'm through, y'all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ford. Councilman Carlisle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. This will be to the applicant's counsel. Earlier, you mentioned, and I think maybe a resident may have misheard you, you're talking about OPD's approvals, but I think you're talking about the amended PD causing financing issues.
Would make no difference. She can't do anything.
Would create some financing issues. My understanding is there's a very specific use that's supposed to be narrowly tailored. What financing issues are out there that require the flexibility in the plan development?
There is a chance that this venture fails. And if it fails, there needs to be alternative uses. Again, you can put conditions in the plan development, and there are conditions in the plan development that protect the neighborhood. If the use is interior and does not create noxious noise or odors, it has to be able to be reused in the future. We can work on that language and change and carve out more bad uses through a use condition, but the response from OPD to make it one use, there's no out. I mean, and yes, we expect this to be successful, but it also has to be usable in the future. This building will be much more usable than what's there. That's for sure. And that's why we need some flexibility.
Your concerns are post-construction, post-CO. He gets it up, it fails, and okay.
If you want to say it has to open as this, that's one thing. But if it can only be used as that, and you have to have, as currently written, it says you have to have a partnership with Shelby County Schools. Well, that would already cause us to be in violation because our partnership is going to be with Southwest Tennessee.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just written way too narrowly.
Sorry to cut you off, man. I apologize, but we're just running so long.
Sure.
Do you have any MOU or LOI from any entity talking about what a program like that would actually look like?
We have a basic LOI with Southwest Tennessee. The president wrote that. We do not have a more detailed memorandum. Again, this is the first step of the project. Joel spent 18 months trying to identify an acceptable location for this project with the help of Daryl Cobbins. He identified it, and yes, we cannot go forward without the approval of the council. We're going through the necessary processes to get this approved, and we're here before you requesting your support.
I get you. I've been on the other side of the table. I understand. I understand the process works. Earlier, council mentioned real property taxes. I think Mr. Weinshanker said all pilots, but I want to make sure that it's abundantly stated for the record here. What about personal property tax abatement? Are you saying that there will be no abatement of any kind? And can we go ahead? We may have to memorialize that.
Yeah, on the city and county level, there'll be no abatements.
So you're saying you're going for earlier you mentioned federal employment credits because I guess it's within a certain mileage, and then you're in the opportunity zone. Those are the abatements in which you're talking about.
Yes.
Okay. And then earlier you mentioned jobs connected with, but how many actual jobs on site that will be employed at this facility? Right. It's a manufacturing facility.
The facility is going to, there's going to be more vocational students at the facility than employees. So the plan is in its second year for there to be at least 100 students taught at any one time. And there's going to be between, I can't speak for Southwest, but outside of the actual teachers, there's going to be less than 100 employees in the building at any one time.
So yes, less than 100 paid
in that building.
Right. Okay. And then so the other thing I have too, I don't know if Howard or Beverly is still on the line, but we've heard a lot of applicants against this, and I understand that Howard and Beverly Robinson spoke for this. We've been having a lot of questions about disclosure, and I'd be curious to know, I recognize that they are residents of the Whitehaven area, but they are also principals of Trust Marketing and PR, and I'm curious if you've engaged Trust Marketing and PR, you or any affiliated entity have engaged that firm to advocate for this project.
No, we haven't.
Okay.
No,
Thank
the
you.
answer to that is no.
And
Thank
we
you.
would not be engaged on something that we view would be beneficial to the community. I mean, you don't have to pay us to benefit Whitehaven.
I understand. I just want to, like I said, we've been having a lot of conversations about disclosure. I appreciate the honesty and just going through my questions here. And then we talked about I guess for me, one thing that Councilman Ford mentioned is I'm not from Whitehaven. He has been born and raised there and an advocate for that neighborhood for the entirety of his life, and it's in his backyard. When I look at just the site plan, I recognize that there is impending pressure from the surrounding neighborhood of industrial use, but this is smack dab in the middle of a residential neighborhood and might as well appear to be the nail in the coffin. I recognize that there is blight and that it's a Shelby County entity, and that we and the Shelby County school systems need to have a conversation about how they wind down assets. But I have grave concern about any sort of industrial or manufacturing or facility like this right in the middle of the residential neighborhood. It's not on the outside. And even though there's other industrial in and around it, this is it's in the center of it. So I'd like to say that I'm torn, but I think I'm going to side with my colleague here. And for those that are wishing for a hold, they can weigh in with Mr. Wanshanker and his colleagues. But for me, as a developer, I'd rather get a quick no than a long maybe. Those can kill deals. And if the hope here is for them to go find another piece of property, the best thing to do is probably go ahead and let them know that this is not going to be an acceptable one, and they need to start searching elsewhere. So I'll be in support of my colleague, Councilman Ford Sr., in opposing this project for the neighborhood, because that seems to be what the neighborhood wants. And with only less than 100 jobs being created out of it, I'm not sure that overweighs as a massive employee boost for the area of Whitehaven. And I'm certainly committed as well, Councilman Ford, to working with you and the administration to figure out ways that we can reutilize and reinvigorate this property in any way that I can. I appreciate you, sir. That I yield back.
Thank you. Council Lady Johnson, you're recognized.
Okay, thank you so much. Every time I come to city council, it truly amazes me about the processes that we have to go through. I'm told that when you want a speed bump placed on the street, you have to get the approval of the fire department, the police department, and 75% of the residents on that particular street. We have heard today from all of these residents. It was reported you had almost 1,600 people who have voiced opposition to this particular project. I don't know what else we are going to have to hear from before we make a decision. The question was raised, will it affect value? Well, being a former property assessor, I think maybe I can speak on that. Well, in a lot of situations, neighborhoods values are increased when you have a community school. If it was just a vocational program with training and a local neighborhood school, that would increase value. Maybe if it was a coffee shop, maybe if it was a community center, that would increase value. But a major change of zoning inside a residential area will have a major impact on the values of the property. We are still, and I am grateful for what Graceland has done for Whitehaven. Believe me, I'm grateful. But we still have yet to determine the impact which Graceland is providing or has on the community so far. Things have happened outside of Graceland control, talking as the virus. It will take 2 or 3 years before we'll see if values are going to increase or decrease as a result of the Graceland activities. I ask that you pay attention, listen to the people who have spoken, who lives in this community. They have said they do not want it. I'm all for some type of vocational program, but I cannot support a building 30-foot tall, 35-foot tall now, sitting in the middle of the residential neighborhood. I ask that you support the people, listen to what they said, and vote accordingly. This is the word of the people. I've spoken to the people over and over again. They do not want it. They elected me. I have to react to their request. So I too will be voting against this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Lady Johnson. I see no other members in the queue, so I assume you're ready to vote. Chair Lady, you have the ball.
Staff, will you call the roll?
Point of clarity, Chairwoman, what are we voting on? Is there an amendment?
There are no amendments.
Okay.
Vote on item, we haven't gotten past item number 1, and that's the resolution for a planned development located at 3398 Graves Road.
Can you restate the amendment, please, for clarity?
We did not amend it.
What are we voting on? Without amendment?
There is no amendment.
Got you.
Is that correct, your committee? We just had the hearing. We made no changes. Item number 1, we're voting on it as stated in your agenda.
And to clarify, Madam Chairman, a yes vote is in favor of the project, a no vote is against it. Let's do it.
Madam Comptroller? Please
Yes,
call.
ma'am. Councilmember Canali,
No.
Councilmember Carlisle,
No.
Vice Chairman Cosette,
No.
Easter Thomas,
No.
Ford,
No.
Johnson,
No.
Jones,
No.
Logan,
No.
Morgan,
No.
Smiley,
No.
Swearingen,
No.
Warren,
No.
Chairwoman Robinson.
No. That motion fails. Thank you. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item number 3?
Item number 2 is a resolution approving a plan
item number
development. Item number 2 is a resolution approving a plan development located at 3206 Broad Avenue, 602 Malcolm Street, 606 Malcolm Street, 610 Malcolm Street, and 3195 Summer Avenue, containing 0.6 acres and 2.3 acres in the commercial mixed-use -1 district. This resolution is sponsored by the Office of Planning and Development. It was held from August 4th. The case number is PD 20-05.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller.
Welcome.
Vice Chairman Cobett.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Councilman Carlisle, before I move it, did you say you had friendly amendments to this? Because there is no opposition.
Yes, Chairman, we did have a couple friendly amendments. Colleagues, if you want to move it and let Josh bring up the site plan, and I'll just go through it very briefly.
Exactly. Let's do that before we hear from the applicant. There is no opposition. Colleagues, this case was heard in committee, received no recommendation, and I move it to the floor. Is there a second?
Second, Carlisle.
Dr. Warren, we're now at the floor. Councilman Carlisle, you're recognized.
Yes, colleagues, this case, did not have any opposition. It's in a part on Summer Avenue and Broad that basically is sandwiched in the middle and somewhat forgotten. I had an opportunity to speak with the applicant who can go into more detail about the use, but once speaking to them, very excited about the opportunity. And I asked for a few friendly amendments just because they are so early in the process of designing their facility that I needed to have some, typically when there's opposition, you're more likely to see renders and things of what the building is going to look like So I wanted to ensure that we memorialized a few things, such as ensuring that there's glass, an appropriate amount of glass on Summer Avenue, an appropriate amount of landscaping, some uplighting on the building, so that we didn't have to hold them up in going forward, but that the residents of the neighborhood, the businesses of the neighborhood could be comfortable that they were going to get a quality aesthetic on the building. And I can turn it over to Josh, or we can hear from the applicant, Chair, whatever your pleasure is.
All right. Thank you very much. Josh, you want to chime in, and then I'll go to the applicant real quick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh Whitehead with the Division of Planning and Development. On the screen are the amendments as Councilman Carlisle articulated. These deal mostly with transparency or the window frontage along Summer Avenue, the percent of brick on all the facades, uplighting or downlighting or some kind of floodlighting, and landscaping. Those are the big categories. And if this amendment is approved, it would encompass those conditions on your screen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Whitehead. Mr. Regan, are you on the line?
I am on the line, yes.
Artie, can I go ahead and get your home address before I ask you about these amendments?
Yeah, my name is Marty Regan. I'm an attorney at the Lewis Thomason Law Firm. My home address, I'm a downtown resident, 10 South Main, Memphis, Tennessee, 38103, and I'm here on behalf of applicant.
Thank you very much. You've heard these friendly amendments. Are you in agreement with them?
We are in total agreement with the amendments. We have given notice, we approve them unanimously. As Councilman Chase indicated, we're at early stages of design, and so we will be coming back through the City Hall once we have the design plan, so you'll have several opportunities. But I did want to make you aware that we were not required to, but we did have a neighborhood meeting on July 31st. It was a very positive meeting, and the people that spoke welcomed us as new growth and new investment in the community. We've got a letter of support from Megan Medford, who is the Summer Avenue Merchant Association. Said she's so excited about the new facility coming into this neighborhood. It is something sponsored by Alliance Healthcare. And if you're not familiar with Alliance Healthcare, it's probably the largest provider of behavioral health in the Shelby County area. Its main office is on Union, but it has a multitude of locations. We were challenged about 2 years ago by Marie Williams at the Tennessee Department of Mental Health to build a new facility in Memphis to meet the growing needs with some real support from the state. We have reached out to some private and public foundations, and Alliance itself is going to be a big stakeholder and wants to do something that is state of the art. So this is not a brick building with windows punched out. We will be hiring an architect to do something that the board of Alliance will be proud of, and something that meets the neighborhood needs, and something that we believe all of the adjoining merchants and neighbors will welcome us as new energy and good neighbors into the community. I've heard absolutely no opposition at all and have received a lot of support. So I am pleased. We looked at a multitude of locations. So unlike the other applicant, we had many different opportunities, and we feel like we've been welcomed into this neighborhood and are ready and willing to proceed.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Regan. It's exactly 2 minutes. Well done. Mr. McCaskill, are you on the line? Okay. Put it this way, there is no opposition. I've got a queue for item 2. There. Okay, just make sure I did this right. Applicant spoken. There is no opposition. There are no letters. I see no one in the queue. I'm told Chair Lady is not with us momentarily. So seeing no other members, let's go ahead and cast our votes for this item number 2. Get a roll call, please.
Councilman?
Yes?
Can you clarify that your motion is as amended?
Thank you, Mr. Whitehead. I'm sorry, I got ahead of myself. We are voting on item 2 as amended. Roll call.
Councilmember Canali,
Yes.
Carlisle,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Covette,
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Smiley, Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
That item passes. Call item number 3, Madam Comptroller.
Item number 3 is the resolution approving a special use permit located at 1177 and 1183 Mina Place, south side of is it Mina or Mina?
Mina.
Mina Place, plus or minus 500 feet west of Lamar Avenue, containing 0.41 acre, 18,000 square feet in the Office General District. This resolution is sponsored by the Office of Planning and Development. The case number is SUP 20-05.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, this case was heard in committee. We very carefully gave it no recommendation. I move it to the floor for discussion purposes. Is there a second?
Second, Canali.
Canali properly seconds it. All right. Is our applicant, Mr. Kumar, on the line, please?
Thank you, Brooke.
All right, Mr. Kumar, let me just go ahead and get your name and address for the record, please.
One second, Mr. Kumar was here, but that was some hours ago. I emailed him to check on his whereabouts.
It's because we set a record for zoning.
One moment.
Yeah, but we really had to flesh that EPE thing out. Mr. Kumar was with us, colleagues. There is no opposition. Josh, was there any opposition, letters of opposition, anything like that?
No, sir.
No, sir. Last call. Mr. Kumar, are you with us?
I have him on my cell phone. I'm gonna put him on speakerphone.
Okay. Mr. Kumar, have him give us his name and address for the record, please.
Mr. Kumar, would you give your name and address for the record, please?
Hello?
Give your name and address for the record, please, sir.
My name is Yuvraj Kumar, and my home address is 9000 Forest Hill, Arene Cove, Germantown, Tennessee, 38139.
Thank you very much. Again, colleagues, our applicant is present. There is no opposition. Anybody wishing to be recognized on this item 3? Seeing no one in the queue, Councilman Carlisle, you wish to be recognized?
Yes, sir. One of the things in the last case that I was looking at is we have a parking lot across from the main facility. Would it be possible to get the applicant to install a crosswalk at his expense for people crossing that street? I know there's not a lot of traffic there, but would that be amenable? It doesn't have to be elaborate. We're just the city engineer's office has got a kind of a base package. It's a couple signs and some white strips just to make sure that pedestrians are a little safer.
Did you hear that, sir?
Could barely hear.
All right, so I'm asking if he put in a crosswalk.
Would you be willing to put in a crosswalk?
Yeah, we can do that. If that's we can do the crosswalk. That's not a problem.
Great, perfect. That's it.
All right, then I have a friendly amendment that the applicant does not object to. Is there any objection to the friendly amendment from the council members? Seeing none. Any other council members seeking recognition? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote on item number 3. Madam Chairman, you have the ball.
Thank you. Madam Comptroller, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Canali,
Yes.
Carlisle,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Covette,
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Smiley,
Yes.
Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye. That motion passes. Thank you.
Chairwoman, before we move on to the next item, can we identify the 2 callers that are coming on? We've had some feedback, so we wanted to make sure we have them identified. If you recently called into the meeting, could you please identify yourself? If you called into the meeting, could you please identify yourself? Thank you, Chairwoman. Stay blessed.
Okay, thank you.
How you know they know they're not supposed to be on there?
Okay, we need to turn your mic off. Thank you. Council members, item number 4 is being held for 2 weeks. We're now down to our consent agenda. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item number 5?
Ordinance number 5752. It is sponsored by Councilman Morgan and Councilman Carlisle. It was held from 7/21. Item number 6 is also up for second reading. The ordinance number is 5759. This ordinance is sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Item number 7 is also up for second reading. Ordinance number 5760 is sponsored by Councilman Carlisle. Item number 8 is from the Engineering Division. It's a resolution approving the final plat for Art Lofts Poplar Avenue, case number PD 18-39, contract number CR 5333. Item number 8 is a resolution approving final plat for Holmes Mineral Wells Plan Development, Phase 16, part of Parcel A proposed warehouse distribution facility. The case number is PD 98-351CC. The contract number is CR-5334. Item number 10 is a resolution approving the engineering plans for Midtown Montessori. The contract number is CR 5335. Item number 11 is a resolution accepting Wise Acre Brewery Phase 1 and authorizing release of the bond. Item number 12 is a general item. It's a resolution approving an honorary street name change of Union Avenue between South Belvedere Boulevard and South McLean Boulevard for Reverend Dr. Steve Montgomery. This resolution is sponsored by Councilman Ford Canali. Chairwoman Robinson, that concludes our consent agenda items.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I
Need a
so move,
motion?
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay. Members, do you have any questions?
Information. Is there any way we could, is there any possible way, if you wanted to be added as a sponsor for Reverend Montgomery street name change, that could occur at this phase?
I'm sure you can. You need to talk to the individual who made that change.
I did.
There's some things in the back office that happen.
Agenda.
You can't co-sponsor it, yes. Get that? Okay, thank you. I don't see, make sure, 6:05. Councilman Carlisle, did you have a question? Okay, so there's no one in the queue. Madam Comptroller, will you please call the roll on our consent agenda items?
Councilmember Canali,
Yes.
Carlisle,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Covet,
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Smiley,
Aye.
Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye, that motion passes. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Comptroller, will you please call the fiscal consent agenda items, all of which are requesting same night minutes?
That's correct, Madam Chairwoman. Our first item is item number 13. It's a resolution to accept and appropriate grant funds in the amount of $60,136 from the Shelby County District's Attorney General's Office through the Department of Justice, all council districts. This resolution is sponsored by Police Services. Item number 14 is a resolution to accept and appropriate grant funds in the amount of $35,992 from the Shelby County Sheriff's Office, all council districts. This resolution is sponsored by Police Services. Item number 15 is a resolution to accept and appropriate grant funds in the amount of $9,823,624 from the U.S. Department of Justice, Office of Community-Oriented Policing Services. All council districts are affected. This resolution is sponsored by Police Services. Item number 16 is a resolution to accept and appropriate grant funds in the amount of $197,000 to provide overtime training, equipment, and supplies to aid in the investigation for internet crimes against children. All council districts are included. This resolution is sponsored by Police Services. Item number 17, resolution to accept and appropriate grant funds in the amount of $10,000 from Maddie's Fund for the Memphis Animal Shelter Foster Program. All council districts are affected, and this resolution is sponsored by Memphis Animal Shelter. Item number 18 is a resolution to accept and appropriate grant funds in the amount of $2,000 fiscal year 2021 from Adopt a Pet for a Memphis Animal Shelter COVID-19 Pet Parent Relief Program. This resolution is sponsored by Memphis Animal Shelter, and it affects all council districts. Item number 19 is a resolution to accept and appropriate grant funds in the amount of $25,000 fiscal year 2021 from ASPCA for Memphis Animal Shelter to fund COVID-19 Pet Parent Relief Program. This resolution is sponsored by Memphis Animal Shelter. Again, all council districts are affected. Item number 20 is a resolution to accept and appropriate grant funds in the amount of $15,000 FY 2021 from Petco Foundation for life-saving programming. This resolution is sponsored by Memphis Animal Shelter. All council districts are affected. Item number 21 is a resolution to accept and appropriate $4,250 FY21 PK 90087 from Tennessee Arts Commission for professional services in support of an updated archway at Gaston Park, Council District 6. This resolution is sponsored by Park Services. And item number 22 is a resolution to accept and appropriate $2,300 FY 2021, project number PK 90086 from Tennessee Arts Commission for art programming opportunities in neighborhood parks. Those are Wilson, Howes, Gaston, and Southside Park. The council districts are 3, 5, 6, and super districts 8 and 9. This resolution is sponsored by Park Services. Item number 23 is a resolution to accept and appropriate $4,000 FY21, project number PK 90073 from Best Buy Foundation for virtual programming support. All council districts are affected. This resolution is sponsored by Park Services. Item number 24 is a resolution to accept and appropriate $12,574 from the Tennessee Department of Agriculture for professional service to plant trees in McFarland Park. That's in District 4, Super District 9. This resolution is sponsored by Park Services. Item number 25 is a resolution to accept and appropriate $75,000 from Community Foundation of Memphis to support enhanced COVID-19 testing for the uninsured and those with limited access. All council districts are affected. This resolution is sponsored by the Executive Division. And item number 26 is a resolution to accept and appropriate $1,330,941.80 in grant funds for FY 2021 to the Division of Housing and Community Development Affordable Housing Program account. All council districts are affected. This resolution is sponsored by Housing and Community Development Division. Chairwoman Robinson, that concludes our fiscal consent agenda items, all requesting same night minutes.
Thank you. Can I get a
My
motion?
pleasure.
please?
Moved.
Who said so moved?
Carlisle.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And Canali, second.
Yes, ma'am.
Members, please get in the queue if you have any questions. Comptroller, I don't see anyone in the queue. Would you please call the roll on the fiscal consent agenda item?
Councilmember Canali,
Yes.
Carlisle,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Colvette,
Yes.
Easter Thomas, Ford,
Aye.
Johnson,
Yes. Yes.
thank you. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Smiley, Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson,
Aye, and that motion passes. Thank you.
you're welcome.
Madam Comptroller, will you please the MLGW fiscal consent agenda?
That will take us to item number 27, resolution awarding a purchase order under contract number 12166, VMware SLED Consulting and Learning Credits to Thomas Consultants Incorporated in the funded amount of $91,569.07. Item number 28 is a resolution awarding contract number 12134, UAV flight inspection of overhead electric lines to Allen and Hoschel, Inc. in the funded amount of $195,250. Item number 29 is a resolution approving change number 1 to contract number 12183, Synergy Gas Modeling Software Renewal with DNVGL Noble Denton USA LLC in the funded amount of $57,512.41. Item number 30 is a resolution awarding contract number 12182, Synergy Gas Model Bill to DNVGL Noble Denton USA LLC in the funded not to exceed amount of $150,000. Item number 31 is a resolution awarding contract number 12135, Limbs Replacement Project to Ethosoft Inc. in the funded amount of $222,850. Item number 32 is a resolution approving change number 4 to contract number 11914, MLGW Utility Payment Centers with First Tech Incorporated in the funded amount of $285,000. Item number 33 is a resolution approving change number 3 to contract number 11996, Operator Qualification Training with Ferroforce LLC in the funded amount of $34,699. Item number 34 is a resolution awarding a purchase order to Advanced Cutting Systems for retrofit of a plasma cutting system in the amount of $110,950. Item number 35 is a resolution approving change number 1 to contract number 12060, Drug and Alcohol Testing with Mid-South Drug Testing, Inc. in the funded amount of $125,000. Item number 36 is a resolution approving change number 2 to contract number 12031, MLGW Background Check with DataFax Incorporated in the funded amount of $50,000. And our final item is number 37. It's a resolution awarding contract number 12120, Trash Removal Services to BFI Waste Services, doing business as Republic Services of Memphis in the funded not to exceed amount of $145,316.44. Chairwoman Robinson, that concludes our MLGW fiscal consent agenda items.
Thank you, Councilman Morgan.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for approval of the MLGW fiscal consent agenda.
Second, Carlisle.
Thank you. I don't see anyone in the queue. Madam Comptroller, it was moved by Councilman Morgan, seconded by Councilman Carlisle. Will you please call the roll on the MLGW fiscal consent agenda?
Councilmember Canali?
Yes.
Carlisle?
Aye.
Vice Chairman Colbert?
Yes.
Easter Thomas?
Yes.
Board Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Smiley, Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye. That motion passes. Thank you. Madam Comptroller, will you please call the items number 42 through 45? Those are the requests for same night minutes and fiscal consent and minutes. Okay?
Thank you, Chairwoman Robinson. That's quite clear. Item number 42 is a resolution accepting grant funds from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security in the amount of $200,505.45 to protect the health and safety of the public and the firefighter personnel against fire and fire-related hazards. This affects all council districts. This resolution is sponsored by Fire Services.
Thank you. Councilwoman Swearingen.
This item came before the committee and met approval. I so move.
Second.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else in the queue. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item number 42? Roll call on item number 42.
Thank you. Madam Chairwoman, can you give me clarity on the second on this motion, please?
The second is Carlisle.
Thank you very much. For the roll call, Councilmember Canali,
Yes.
Carlisle,
Aye.
Vice Chairman Colvett,
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Smiley, Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye. That motion passes. Thank you. Item number 43, Madam Comptroller.
Thank you. Item number 43 is a resolution approving a ground lease for 590 Washington, also known as the former Washington Avenue Vehicle Inspection Station. The parcel ID is 023-003-0042, Memphis, Tennessee 38103. All council districts are affected. This resolution is sponsored by Councilman Canali, Carlisle, Vice Chairman Colvett, Councilman Ford, and Councilwoman Logan. There's a request for same night minutes.
Thank you. Councilman Smiley.
The committee may recommend approval and I so moved.
Second. Carlisle.
Thank you. Members, if you have any questions, please make sure you put it in the chat box. I don't see anyone that has any questions. Madam Comptroller, this item was moved by Councilman Smiley, seconded by Councilman Carlisle. Will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Canali,
Yes.
Carlisle,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Colvett,
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Smiley,
Aye.
Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye. This motion passes. Thank you. Madam Comptroller, please call.
Item number 44 is a resolution requesting the City Council to appropriate $1,159,840 funded by GO Bonds General, CIP project number GA03028, to fund the local share for the Memphis Innovation Corridor, BRT project. This resolution is sponsored by MATA.
Madam Chair, you're muted. We still can't hear you, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, I lost my whole screen.
And Madam Chair, if you would,
yeah.
I'm in the queue. If you could briefly acknowledge me.
Okay, we're on item number 44. I should acknowledge you anyway because you're the chairman of that committee. Go ahead, Councilor Valley. Please
Yes,
introduce this item.
absolutely. So before we address item number 44, I'd like to move to suspend the rules.
Second.
For what purpose?
Yeah.
To briefly, across my phone, I received a notification that Mayor Strickland vetoed council's decision to address the referendum, and I would like to opportunity to briefly address that, the veto.
I need a second.
Second. Swearingen.
I don't know that a point of order. I don't know that a suspension of the rules is necessary quite yet.
Will you please read?
Second, Eastern Thomas.
I beg your pardon, I can't hear you. Static in the line.
Woman, I believe Alan is wanting to be recognized. Alan Wade was turned his mic on.
No, I'm
Okay,
not.
Attorney Wade.
I'm waiting to hear what's going on.
Okay, Councilman Smiley, will you please read the letter?
Read the letter? Sure will.
Yes.
Let me click into it because I just looked at it. There we go. Dear Chairwoman Robinson, well, I need to say who the letter is from. The letter is from the letterhead of Mayor Jim Strickland. It's addressed to Chairwoman Robinson. Dear Chairwoman Robinson, I have veto ordinance number 5756 and ask the City Council to sustain the veto. The ordinance strips the right of the citizens of Memphis to decide on issues of public safety and crime prevention. Let the public vote. Sincerely, Mayor Jim Strickland.
Thank you, Mr. Smiley. It has been moved back, Councilman Smiley, that we suspend our rules. What do you,
Point of order. For what
Yes.
purpose?
Second, Eastern Thomas.
There's point of order.
Now okay, I understand. Councilman Carlisle.
Yes, I think I understand what the councilman is trying to do, and I'm not trying to stop him. But from a parliamentary standpoint, I don't know that it's necessary for you to suspend our rule. If you'd like to make a motion to do something and someone objects to it, then you would need to suspend the rules. And now Council or Attorney Wade can clarify that.
I was adding something new to the agenda. But
Okay, first of all, you have to state what you are attempting to suspend the rule for.
Okay.
Is it to override the veto? Is it to discuss it? You said you wanted to discuss it briefly. So identify.
Discussion
Okay.
purposes, and then if it's the will of the body, we take a vote on it today.
Okay, so you're doing two different things.
So I need to go ahead.
You may want to move to suspend the rules for the purpose of overriding the veto, and once it is then suspended and on the floor, you can have all the discussion you want without having to do a separate motion to suspend the rules again for the purpose of veto, overriding the veto. That's what I
Attorney
would.
Wade,
Yeah.
I definitely appreciate you, and that's why you get paid the big bucks. I move to suspend the rules for the purposes of overriding the veto.
Let me correct you one point. I don't get paid enough. Go on. But that needs to be voted on at this point.
Okay,
Well, it might
thank,
not be. I don't have a second.
yes, you have a second. Councilwoman.
Already had a second.
I have one person in the queue, and that's Councilman Jones.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Wade, this may be something for you, but I'm looking at a commercial appeal article from September 2nd, 2016.
Right.
This was an issue whereby the Shelby County Commission tried to put something on the ballot for a referendum, and Mayor Luttrell vetoed that. Excuse my puppy. He vetoed that. And in this article, it mentioned on Friday, and I'm quoting the commercial appeal article here, Luttrell said that he'd been advised that under state law ordinances on charter amendments follow a different route than other ordinances would and do not need his approval to move forward. So I'm asking you, Mr. Wade, if that's a provision of state law that governs the county, would there be something different that would govern the city?
Our charter governs ours. I think the last veto and the only veto that I'm aware of is where we adopted an ordinance to control our own staff. Mayor Harrington vetoed it, and we overrode it. I mean, that wasn't a charter amendment, but I don't believe that's necessary. I think we have the ability to override any veto at either of the next two meetings following receipt of the veto. Since we received that today during a regular meeting, it can be overridden at this meeting or the next meeting.
Okay, but would not, if this, and I know you haven't had a chance to review the particular state law ordinance that governs this, but would not state law prevail over whatever our charter says as it relates
I don't know what state law he's referring to. We're a home rule municipality, and we're governed by Article 11, Section 9 of the Tennessee Constitution, and it requires us to adopt a charter amendment by ordinance. And ordinances are governed by state law and by our charter, which requires 3 readings, can be vetoed by the mayor, and therefore can be overridden by a majority of this body.
Okay.
I think that's the process that I would understand.
Okay. And then I'll go on further. This wasn't a long article, but what followed the paragraph that I just read, it said, apparently there has been a legal interpretation that an ordinance to amend the charter goes directly from the commission, in this particular case, the commission, to the election commission. And then the people are the ones that have the final say on it. Right now, the mayor, and this was dealing with they're looking at a legal counsel, the spat that was going on between the commission wanted to hire somebody. But, I would just think that if we're talking about a legislative issue, I don't know any type of authority that the mayor would have to veto something that's clearly in the domain of the legislative branch of government. Thank you.
Except for our charter that gives him the right to veto any ordinance that we adopt.
Okay.
And remember, this ordinance,
I still go back to state law, even one that governs ordinances from the state law standpoint. Okay.
Hold on. This ordinance that was vetoed is not going on the ballot. This is a regular ordinance rescinding a referendum ordinance. So that is totally in the positive, even if it did apply here.
Okay, I need a little further explanation of that.
Okay.
No, help me out.
No, you have an ordinance rescinding. That doesn't go to the people.
Okay.
That ordinance is effective when it is adopted, and once it's rescinded, it's rescinded.
Okay.
Nobody votes on that but you.
Okay. So his veto has what effect then? I guess that's what I'm asking.
His veto has
Let's
the
say-
effect of
assuming that the
undoing the
veto
rescission. It has the effect of undoing the rescission and making the ordinance calling for a referendum election operative.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're quite welcome. Councilman Warren.
Sorry, my computer died. The one that I was on here rebooted. That's why I sort of went away for a little bit. I just wondered, having not been involved in a mayoral veto, does that mean that if you want to overturn that, you vote on it, and it just requires a majority to vote on it? Is that correct?
It requires 7 votes.
7 votes.
Which is a constitutional majority of this body. That's what the charter requires.
Thank you. That's all I needed.
Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate being recognized. Councilman Smiley, I apologize for that. I just want to make sure we got the mechanics right. We're all learning. We can dive into a deep debate here, but it seems like this is coming down to a pretty simple thing, which is letting the people speak. Everybody on this body's gotten out on the Twitter sphere, the news, saying they speak for the people. And here's an opportunity. What do you say we let the people speak for themselves instead of trying to quash it? I think that I stand with Mayor Jim Strickland and his veto. And I think at the end of the day, if you believe so strongly that people don't want this, let's put the proverbial money where the mouth is. Let's let them decide and say for themselves. So I'll be voting against this veto override because, again, at the end of the day, whether you want more or less police, we have an opportunity to let the people weigh in, and that's what I think we should do. Let's let the people decide. That I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilman Johnson. Again, I say, I learned so much at every one of these meetings, and ain't nothing different. It seems like every time you work hard to make a decision, there's somebody else doing something to flip it over. I got a question. Councilman Wade. I'm sorry. Attorney. Okay. If by some chance we'll have to get 7 votes to overturn the veto. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am. That's what the charter says.
Okay, what happens then? Cannot the mayor come back and veto it again?
Why would he veto it again?
Well, why didn't he veto the first time?
Because he has the right to do so, the same way you had the right to approve it in the first place. It's in the
but
charter.
So what will prevent that from occurring again? I just want to know the process.
Wait. If you override the veto, it's over.
Okay.
There is no again.
Okay. Thank you. I want clarity so I know exactly what's taking place. I thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Councilman Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Wade, for a veto override, no one on this council has been through that before. Do we have to have language or a resolution or something specific to vote on? Or can it just be verbally stated that we're overriding the email we just got?
Well, first of all, you don't even have an ordinance yet because it has not been signed by the mayor. The ordinance has to be signed by the mayor to be effective. If he vetoes it before the second meeting following delivery of that ordinance to him, then the only way that it becomes effective without his signature is for you to override it.
Okay, so what's the process we have to follow to do the override?
You You have a motion on the floor, and you vote to, and there's a tally sheet that will count every one of your votes and the outcome, and then the ordinance tally sheet that was adopted previously. If you override it, if you don't override it, it will become effective because he will sign it. If you do override it, then nothing happens. It just goes into effect without his signature.
Okay. And thank you. Now, I suppose to the issue, and Councilwoman Robinson, Chairwoman Robinson, I'll speak directly to you and one of the points that you made 2 weeks ago in talking about the poll that you cited as part of your reasoning for voting yes to rescind the ordinance. And that the question, I guess, in District 3 was put of how people would vote. And what we are deciding on is not necessarily the final question of how we will vote when we go into the ballot in November, but whether people should have the right to vote and whether they should have a say in public safety in Memphis. And I think the overwhelming majority of people would say, even if they choose to vote against this eventually at the ballot or vote in favor of it, that the people have the right to weigh in and be a part of this decision. And we are robbing them of that opportunity to have this decision. And I think it is absolutely wrong. And there's been a lot of discussion in the media, and this gets beyond the Memphis City Council. I don't want to start pulling national issues into our chambers, but there have been a lot of accusations that thrown around by politicians across the country talking about voter suppression. It's a big hot issue now. It's in the paper today. It was in the paper yesterday. Our men and women, senators are talking about it. And here is the most obvious case that I have ever seen of voter suppression in Memphis, where we are purposely removing a question from the ballot so people cannot participate in how they're governed. People cannot have a say in Memphis public safety. So I think we are doing ourselves a disservice, I think, to the reputation of the city council, to this body, in taking this opportunity away for people to be able to speak on this. And I hope that this veto override is not reflective of the votes that have been taken previously on this. That there's been opportunity for reflection over the last 2 weeks, that people have had feedback and thought about this a little bit more, and just to simply, not saying whether or not you agree with it or you don't agree with it, but just the fact and the opportunity to give the people a chance to have their voices heard. Let the people speak. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Did you want me to respond? It's just a statement. Councilman Morgan.
Will you let me talk whenever the rest of them get through in the queue, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Woman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I just wanted to, well, I was going to call for the question before three more of my colleagues got in the queue, so I won't be rude. However, we spent a couple hours today listening to residents about a particular zoning issue. And I distinctly remember Councilman Morgan stating that he received emails and noting on which side they fell, and him using that to determine his side for this issue. However, with this, in this instance, we've received hundreds of emails, letters, phone calls, Facebook messages, Twitter messages, retweets, Instagram DMs on where folks fail on this issue. But now when we're using that as constituent communication, it's not valid. And I do agree, however, with Councilman Morgan when he says that he wishes that it is some reflection, that it has been some reflection that the votes do not mimic the same votes last time. And I agree with that. And I hope that there will be more council members that will vote to rescind this ordinance off of the ballot. However, we did already make that decision 2 weeks ago. I don't see why we have to have a robust discussion today. I would call for the question, but as I said, it's 3 more people in the queue. So thank you, Chairwoman.
Okay.
I'd like to respond if possible. I think something was misstated about my comments earlier today.
Councilman Morgan, and then let me give the lineup, Jones, Smiley, and that'll be the end of the questions. I think 4, the last one.
I'll be quick. It wasn't on a zoning case. It was talking about the pop-up park. And at the end of it, I said, I'd still like time to meet with the neighborhood and have some consensus. You will find no better opportunity to find a consensus from the public than a referendum vote.
Thank you. Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think another thing that concerns people is how and when to raise their taxes. If we were to leave it up to the voters to decide to raise their taxes, no one would ever vote for that. They have delegated that responsibility to the elected officials. So, you know, we can draw the line and say, on this issue, we take it to the voters. This issue, we do not. Where do we draw the line? I emphasize again, we are voted in to represent the wishes of the people. If we don't do it for taxes and how their money is spent, why should we do it for this particular issue? Thank you.
Councilman Smiley.
I just take issue with any rhetoric or conversation about voter suppression. Voter suppression is what Harold Ford Sr. went through when he was voted into office and had to go to the basement of the election commission to find votes in Black communities. That's what voter suppression is. This is not voter suppression. This is simply individuals who represent certain districts voting the will of their constituency. This is not voter suppression at all. And I think we should receive strong pushback when we talk about voter suppression in the era of real voter suppression. Voter suppression is defunding the postal service so people can't do mail-in ballots. This is not voter suppression. It's almost laughable when we talk about what real voter suppression looks like. Our constituency has been vocal. As for you, Councilman Morgan, your constituency has been vocal for the referendum to be on the ballot. For the individuals in Super District 8, the individuals in District 7, 3, and 4, our constituency has asked that this be removed from the ballot. So I don't think this is real voter suppression. I think, to echo Mayor Strickland, I think this is a situation where reasonable minds can disagree, and they will disagree. And as for me and the folks that I represent, the majority of them want this off the ballot. So I will be voting to override the mayor's veto. Thank you.
Councilman Ford.
Thank you. Attorney Wade, I need to ask you a few questions. Okay?
Yes.
You're there. First of all, the referendum, okay? I know some of my colleagues were saying, hey, about people in referendums and taxes and all of that. But if y'all remember the last election, there was a referendum put on there and it wasn't us. We went up on sales tax. Hello? Y'all remember that? It passed. Okay? And it passed for people that don't even live in Memphis, okay? Yeah, because they were the ones that went out there and voted. But the people voted for it. That was something that didn't even come through us. Councilman Wade, when do we need to make a decision on this? Is it now, 2 weeks from now? Can you clarify that? And then I need to ask you one more question. I know you were saying our charter, right? Saying it takes 7 votes, but to override a veto, it would not take the 9. Asking the question.
Attorney Wade.
All right, the charter says that you can override a veto at two regular meetings following receipt of the veto.
After 2 regular meetings, okay?
Following receipt of the veto. So you received the veto today during a regular meeting.
Right.
So following receipt of it means that you can override it today or at the next regularly scheduled meeting of the council.
With 7 votes.
With 7 votes.
When does the 9 vote come in?
I have no idea. We have 7 votes always.
Well, I don't think so.
Well, that's what the charter says, a majority of your membership. So if you take
okay,
a majority of 13, that's 7. And I'm looking at the 2007 override of ordinance number 5219, which incidentally you voted to override. There was more than 7 that approved it, but that's how it was done then.
Okay, I'm just wanting to check because I know I was on the council before and hey, we had to vote a 9 one, okay? But you're sitting there telling me now it's only 7. Okay, I'm just questioning you, okay?
Yes, sir.
We need to hold this for 2 weeks and then let's see what's what. Maybe we can not even have to change it. Maybe the mayor won't even have to worry about it, okay? That's what I make a motion to move it for 2 weeks. Since you got at the time.
Objection, Smiley.
There hadn't been a second yet. If there's a second,
Second, Morgan.
you got to vote on it.
Thank you. Madam Comptroller, will you please call the roll on the item?
Point of information.
Yes.
Can we? Do we even have? Is this something that we can even hold?
Yeah.
Yes. It's a motion.
Okay.
Yeah, we can hold it because hey, we just got it, and hey, and I really hadn't, looked at the email. He's been popping up on phones. That's not a good time for us to really know. Maybe hey,
so let me
put something in hand.
So, Attorney Wade, let me ask you this: Isn't the deadline for the election, I guess, for the ballots and stuff, Thursday? If we hold it, wouldn't we default and let the referendum be on the ballot? Let's say we wait until another meeting from now. Wouldn't that be too late to take action? I think the deadline is the 20th, which is 2 days from now. If we don't, this body does not make a decision today. It seems to me that it would be, I guess, allowing what happened, the mayor's decision to ride, so to speak.
Okay, let's talk about that. That's an interesting question. All right. So let's say that you don't override it today. First of all, I don't even think there's anything over at the Election Commission to go on the ballot, but assuming that there was, and assuming that it did go on the ballot, right? And you overrode it next meeting, guess what? It would be rescinded. Any vote would be purely advisory and not legally effective, okay? So you hold all the cards, whether you do it today or you do it the next meeting.
Okay, and okay, I think we're ready to, I guess, address Councilman Ford's motion.
Councilman Ford, will you please restate your motion? I've forgotten what you said.
Hold it.
He moved to delay 2 weeks.
To delay 2 weeks, thank you. Madam Comptroller, please call the roll. If you vote yes, you're going to delay it for 2 weeks. If you vote no, we will handle it tonight. Madam Comptroller.
Thank you, Chairwoman Robinson. I have noted that Councilmember Ford motioned this item. Can you please help me with the second?
I think it was
Morgan, second.
Thank you. I'll proceed with the roll call vote. Canale?
Yes.
Excuse me, Canale?
Yes to the motion.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Carlisle?
Yes.
Vice Chairman Colvette?
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
No.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
No.
Jones,
No.
Logan,
No.
Morgan,
Yes.
Smiley,
No.
Swearingen,
No.
Warren,
Yes.
Chairwoman Robinson.
No. That motion failed. We're back to the main motion. And it was, they already called for the question. Madam Comptroller, will you please call the roll on rescinding?
Objection.
Madam Chairman, I'm in the queue.
Who is in the queue?
Colvett is still in the queue.
Okay, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Easter Thomas called for the question before you got in the queue. And I called the last three speakers were Canale and then JB Smiley. And I think it was,
Councilman Morgan.
hold on just a minute. It was three people. And then
And
that was
Ford.
it.
Councilman Ford spoke as well.
Okay, that's it.
Both Fords.
Going
Point
back.
of order, it's still a motion that can be objected to, and I believe there are two objections on the floor.
And who are the two objections?
I think Councilman Colvett objected,
Yep.
Okay.
and I'll object with him to give him the opportunity to speak. I believe the vice
Now
chairman's
you
earned
can
it.
speak. Yes.
Well, thank you. Councilman Smiley, I was reflecting on what you said. You know, we could agree to disagree, and that's okay. And I think everybody's really shared their thoughts on this. I'm speaking to one person who always said, you know, why are we doing the same thing, Frank? Why are we doing the same thing? Our response is this. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. The social issues and the things that are very, very important to this council can be handled at the same time as we're handling this in law enforcement. We can do this. This vote is not about whether you agree with more police or not, or whether you agree where the police live. This is putting it on the ballot. This is simply letting the people decide. At the end of the day, let the people decide. The same people that elected to raise their own taxes for our police and fire. Let them decide. Please. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'd like to call for the question again, please.
Chase Carlisle is in the queue, and then I'll call for the question. Thank you.
No, ma'am. Well, I'll just echo the sentiments, but no, ma'am. I'll yield back. I think the body's ready to go here. Thank you, though, for the opportunity.
Okay. Thank you. Madam Comptroller, will you please call the roll? Yes is to override the veto, and the no vote is not to override.
And we have it motion by and seconded by, please.
Motion by Smiley, seconded by
Thank you.
Mr. Thomas.
Thank you. I just want to make sure the records will reflect that. Council members Canale,
No.
Carlisle,
No.
Vice Chairman Colvett,
No.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
No.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
No.
Smiley,
Yes, ma'am.
Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Yay.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye. The motion passes. So we have overridden the veto. Now can we please go back to our regular agenda?
We were at item number 44, and it was involving the appropriation of the money from MATA. I think I had a motion from Smiley and a second from Ms. Swearingen. Is that correct?
No,
Yes.
I don't think, did I motion already?
Yes, you did. I
Yes,
have
sir.
Well, so moved if I did not.
Hold on.
Right, so this record shows that item 44 is moved by Smiley, seconded by Swearingen. And
That's
I'm
correct.
ready for the vote. Councilmember Canali? Item number 44.
Yes.
Carlisle?
Yes.
Colbert?
Yes.
Easter Thomas?
Let me see.
Yes. Ford?
Yes.
Johnson?
Yes.
Jones?
Aye.
Logan?
Aye.
Morgan?
Yes.
Smiley? Swearingen?
Aye.
Warren?
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson?
Aye, that motion passes. Thank you. Will you please call item number 45?
Item number 45 is a resolution requesting a 100-day moratorium on the issuance of demolition permits of churches over 50 years old and requesting that the Office of Planning and Development provide a report outlining different uses under less intense zoning districts and proposed zoning amendments that authorize such uses. This resolution is sponsored by Councilman Carlisle.
Second.
Moved first by Councilman Colbert.
Okay.
Councilman Colbert, this is your item, number 45.
It was in my committee. Yes, the committee met. I don't recall that we recommended approval, but I move it to the floor.
And it was second by Canali. Members, do you have any questions? Madam Comptroller, will you please call the roll on item number 45? This is a 180-day moratorium on the issuance of demolition.
Thank you, Chairwoman Robinson. Councilmember Canali, your vote, please.
Yes.
Carlisle?
Yes.
Vice Chairman Colbert?
Yes.
Easter Thomas?
Yes.
Ford?
Yes.
Johnson?
Yes.
Jones?
Aye.
Logan?
Aye.
Morgan?
Abstain.
Smiley? Swearingen?
Aye.
Warren?
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson?
Aye, that motion passes. Thank you. Comptroller, we are finally, I have two other items. We're going to come back to those. The add-ons, we'll do those last. I'd like to go to the regular agenda. Will you please call item number 38?
Yes, one moment, please. I see it. Item number 38 on our regular agenda is appointment. Blight Authority of Memphis, James M. Harvey Jr. Reappointment, Kathy Cowan. Civil Law Enforcement Review Board, appointments, James E. Kirkwood, Albert Morris Jr., MD. Health, Educational, and Housing Facility Board, reappointment, Katie Schatz. Memphis Area Transit Authority appointment, Edward H. Stevens III. That concludes item number 38, our appointments.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Again, just wanted to thank everybody that serves on these boards. Committee met.
Make sure they remember their same 9 minutes.
Okay, I can hear you.
We got some feedback, Madam Chair.
Yes.
All right. Madam Chairman, the committee met and recommends approval, and I so move.
Second.
Thank you. Madam Comptroller, will you please call the roll on item number 38? It was moved by Carlisle, seconded by Canale. Madam Comptroller? Did we lose her?
Hello,
Yes?
I'm speaking.
Okay.
We hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Let's start back with the roll call for number 38. Councilmember Canale,
Yes.
Carlisle,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Colvette,
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Smiley, Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye. That motion passes. Thank you. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item number 39?
Item number 39 is a resolution accepting and appropriating $183,963.64 for 2020 assistance to firefighters grant program, COVID-19 supplemental grant funds from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security for personal protective equipment to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus. This resolution is sponsored by Fire Services.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilwoman Swearingen?
This item received a favorable recommendation, and I so move.
Second.
Thank you. Madam Comptroller, there's no one in the queue. No, there's no one in the queue. Will you please call the roll on item number 39? It's moved by Swearingen and seconded by Warren.
Thank you, Chairwoman Robinson. Councilmember Canale, your vote for item number 39.
Yes.
Carlisle,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Colvette,
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Smiley, Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye. That motion passes. Thank you. Madam Comptroller, call item number 40.
Item number 40, there's a request for same night minutes for this item. It's a resolution transferring, allocating, and appropriating funds in the amount of $479,515 for Lethwich Tennis Center improvements, project number PK03005. This resolution is sponsored by Parks and Neighborhoods Division.
Councilwoman Logan?
Madam Chair, this item is approved in committee and I so move with same night minutes.
I need a second.
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 Thank you, Carlisle. Madam Comptroller, there's no one in the queue. Would you please call the roll on item number 40? It was moved by Logan and seconded by Carlisle.
Councilmember Canali,
Yes.
Carlisle,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Colvett,
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Smiley,
Yes.
Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye. That motion passes. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Madam Comptroller, will you please call item number 41?
Item number 41 is a resolution encouraging the United States Congress to include and financially support public transit in future coronavirus relief legislation. This resolution is sponsored by Councilman Smiley.
Councilman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Committee met, recommends approval, and I so move.
Second.
Said second. Okay,
Colvett.
thank you. I don't see any members in the queue. This item was moved by Canali, seconded by Colvett. Madam Comptroller, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Canali,
Yes.
Carlisle,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Colvett,
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Smiley, Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye. That motion passes. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Comptroller, we're down to our last two items.
Yes, ma'am.
Item number 46, please.
It is a resolution in opposition to Operation Legend. This resolution is sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilwoman Logan, Councilwoman Swearingen, Councilman Jones, and Councilman Smiley.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chairwoman. This is a continuation from our talk earlier today during committee, but we must show discernment as it pertains to the best. Do I need to move this first?
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay, since we didn't get to discuss it. Okay, well, I move this item.
Thank you.
For discussion and then voting.
I need a second.
Second.
Who said second? Raise your hand. Thank you.
Smiley second.
I got it.
Okay.
Go ahead, Chairwoman.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Council, we must show discernment as it pertains to the best interest of our future initiatives to work with Memphis Police Department for law enforcement reform, increasing transparency, and the re-implementation of community policing. Unrestricted federal agents with free-flowing funds aimed directly at increasing tactics to zone in on what's termed as violent crime are in Memphis without oversight, or accountability, while ignoring the constant plea for federal funds and workers to assist our city in preventative tactics, such as drug rehab, reentry programs, gang prevention, and etc. We've been informed by U.S. Attorney Donovan himself that local law enforcement cannot direct federal agents. We need to resist the possibility of a federalized local police force and the growth of these operations into uncontrollable actions beyond its minimally structured intent. As we discussed on the council floor earlier, and as we discuss often, we must be careful about what we allow to happen in our city and to our citizens. We would not be mayors have also expressed deep concern, while Detroit full out opposed. I'm sorry, what was it?
Can't hear you.
Okay. While Detroit, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. We would not be alone, as Kansas City and Albuquerque mayors have expressed their deep concerns, while Detroit has fully opposed the federal presence through council initiative. I ask today that we oppose federal presence of Operation Legend in the city of Memphis. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you. We have several members in the queue.
I think just two, Madam Chair. I think just myself and Councilman Morgan.
Okay. I don't even see Morgan, but I do see you. Yep, there he just popped up. Thank you. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, I go through this and we did it, and I wish United States Attorney Donovan were here trying to defend some of the comments made. He addressed the fact that, you know, many of the law enforcement agents, if not all of them, live here and have lived here for some period of time, and that they're, you know, in the community. But this just seems to be, again, more rhetoric that happens on a national level. And so either we're accusing the United States Attorney of being a liar about his comments earlier, which I'd be happy to go on the record if you want to accuse him of that. Or secondly, we're hypocrites because not 15 minutes ago did we just accept $9 million from the federal government as a part of Operation Legend in our fiscal consent agenda. And so we just continue to present these things. And I'm still waiting on the plan for poverty that we talked about 2 meetings ago. So with that, I call the question.
Chairwoman, was that a statement or was that a question needing a response?
No response needed.
Making a statement. And I had one person before you called for the question, and that was Councilman Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think there were a lot of misstatements of fact that were made earlier. We have law enforcement personnel that are not under the jurisdiction of the city of Memphis government that operate effectively and rightly in the city of Memphis every day. We have Shelby County Sheriff's employees. We have FBI regional headquarters that has 200 employees. And I don't have a problem with any law enforcement agency or agent investigating, apprehending, and prosecuting violent criminals in Memphis. The citizens of Memphis are not only citizens of Memphis, but also the state of Tennessee and the United States government. And if the city of Memphis is not willing to provide the resources and the manpower to keep our citizens safe, our citizens are also still citizens of Tennessee and the United States, and they have a responsibility to provide those resources and manpower. And we should not insult or slap away any hand that is trying to help us with violent crime. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Call for the question.
Councilmember.
There's people in the queue that were in the queue before Madam Chair.
Okay. So Councilman Morgan, Councilman Warren, Jones, and Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the issue that we're looking at is symbolic. And I think what we're trying to say is that we really don't want people coming in that aren't working with our local people. I think in certain parts of our country, that's what's happened. I feel pretty convinced after listening to the Attorney General today that those people that we have here in Memphis have been integrated within our local systems and are actually trying to stop our young people from killing each other. And remember, every life we save saves money and gets us further away from poverty. Murder is the anchor that brings us, it keeps us in poverty. So if we're going to fight poverty, which I think we've got to do because, you know, it's this chicken and egg thing. You've got to do both at the same time. You know, I think that I understand the motives behind this, and I just don't think that what it's going to do is it won't help the public understand what is really happening. You know, we've got people coming in. It's not like what was going on in Portland. It's not like we had people that were in black shirts like they were in D.C. that were Bureau of Prisons that were thrown out to, you know, fight crowds. These are directed detectives and specialists in murder and law enforcement that are here. So in my mind, I understand why this is being brought forth, but I don't think it's giving the right message. I think what we want to be saying is we want everyone to be treated fairly. We want our police to be the best police in the country, where every person is seen as human and to have dignity and with rights, from the poorest to the richest. And in this case, you know, if these people can come and help us do that, then we probably should let them in. If they seem like they're not doing it, that's when I think it's time that we do the resolution. So although I understand the intent, I'm not going to be able to vote for it because I think that in actuality, this is going to save lives, what they're doing. And I just hope we can get to that and understand that we're all in this together.
Councilman Jones?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think that anybody who signed on as a co-sponsor of this objects to the prosecution of anybody who perpetrates a crime on anybody here in Memphis. So that is not the intent of this. To address the fact that we are accepting money but then voting against this, last I checked, Memphians pay taxes. I do not know Mr. Donovan, but his boss, the United States Attorney General, is a liar. His president is a liar. So I can't speak for Mr. Donovan, but I can speak for his boss and his boss's boss, and they are liars. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Chairwoman, you can remove me from the queue. I was just gonna call for the question.
Councilman Valley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Why don't we ask the families of the 170 homicides we've had this year, or the 24 children that have been murdered, if they'd like to have some extra help to try to solve the cases of their loved ones' murder. Might get a different answer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chairman Copeland, would you please take the leadership, because I have a couple of questions.
Yes, ma'am, I have the ball. Chair Lady Robinson, you're recognized.
Thank you. Do we have anyone, Doug McGowan here? Mr. McGowan, how long has this operation been in Memphis?
Operation Legend began August 6th, but it was previously Operation Relentless Pursuit that's been here for a number of months.
So Operation Legend started August 6th, but the people have been on the ground doing what for months?
They have been doing violent crime reduction work for months. This same kind of violent reduction work, this just brings additional resources to continue that work. And with Operation Legend, we're elevating that, and honoring the name of that young child who was murdered.
Okay, thank you. So who is overseeing, who's getting the reports about the work that they're doing?
Director Rollins gets reports in conjunction with the information they're able to share with law enforcement. He will get reports about the work that they're doing from the federal law enforcement agents.
Okay. My last question, are they here to solve crime that we have not been able to solve? Are they here seeking new opportunities? Can you further detail that?
My understanding, Madam Chairwoman, is that they are here to, they have addressed cities where they have seen a uptick in violent crime. There's an idiopathic rise. I can't say that it's specifically because of COVID, but they've seen a rise in violent crime in several cities. They're bringing additional resources to help solve those specific violent crimes.
This is what I'm having a problem with. I support an organization. It's called the Ride of Tears. These are women who have lost their children to gun violence. They don't want their babies or any babies in our community shot, any of our children. They want support in this area, investigating and finding the people that have perpetrated this crime. I am concerned that we need support in investigation and solving crimes rather than having someone here to help. You can't really stop violent crime. You don't know if at any moment someone can lose their mind and decide they don't want to live anymore and they're going to take everybody in the house out with them. That's some things you cannot control. But what we do have control over is we have a lot of cases that have not been solved. And I just want to know personally, so that I can share with those ladies, that we have a group of federal agents here that's going to help us solve those crimes, or are they just going to help get people off the street with perpetrating other crimes? Can you give me some definition around what they're actually targeting?
So I'll take my best stab. I'm not sure if the police director is on or the deputy director.
Okay.
My understanding is that they are, just like they did with Legend's murder, they found and prosecuted and have brought that individual to justice who's responsible, and they're bringing additional investigative resources to bear so that we can solve violent crimes in this community.
Is it possible that we can get a monthly report on the investigative crimes that they have been able to solve?
I could certainly make that request. I'm not sure how much is, how much they're able to share during the course of an investigation, but certainly the results I would think would be public knowledge for everyone.
Okay, I'm talking about the results. So we need the help in investigating crimes. I know people personally that have had family members and things that happened to them personally that they never found the perpetrator. If we have people on the ground helping us to find perpetrators and we need that help and it's specific, I believe that's something that we ought to embrace. But if they're here to be military police watching what everybody is doing, I think that's maybe problematic in our community at this point. Is the police director on the phone to help you with this?
I'll get them available for you in just 1 minute.
Okay, thank you.
But I can say you heard the Attorney General say that this is not coming in with military style tactics. These are amplifying the efforts that are underway by a number of federal agencies already on the ground here in Memphis.
Okay. So they are supporting agents that are already here.
Yes.
And they're just infusing more money into our community. Council members, while he's getting them on the phone, I think we may need to rethink this and ensure that the perpetrators in our community that just shooting, going down the street and shooting, we need some help getting them off the street. And I was going to recommend, not at this meeting, but the next meeting, that we use our cameras next time to help identify and solve crime, as well as get some of these perpetrators with this trash in our community. But back to this, I want to be able to call Mary Trice tonight and say to her that we're supporting a group of people who are here to help us solve those crimes about all these babies that are being shot in our community. They are not the targets. Bullets don't have names on them. And to me, investigation is something that we really need to support and enforce. And when the dollars are available, I believe we ought to use them. It's not easy to get these federal dollars, but we do have some oversight, and we can say at some point, if it's not working for us, you can give them their money back. It's the director on.
Madam Chairwoman, the director is trying to join. For some reason, the link is working. So, but I have the deputy director on the line with me. He's going to
Okay, that'll work.
But the issue is, he just reaffirmed what you said. These are investigative resources to get our shooters, our child killers, and other murderers off the street. As a part of Operation Legend, they solved 36 homicides in the city of Memphis. Those federal agents were key to that, and they continues, amplifies, and rebrands that effort with additional resources. Operation Legend.
Okay. And then I remember council members asking a question when we had the presentation earlier today. Are there other grants to support the other social programs and mental health actions that we have requested, that we can apply for those funds and get those as well? Did I remember that correctly? This has been a long day.
So, Madam Chairwoman, I will say that under Operation Legend, that money does not come, but there are separate pots of money that come for violent crime reduction through things like intervention and prevention, through the Office of Juvenile Justice and Prevention, as well as the Office of, the Department of Justice. Memphis Police Department applies for those grants on a regular basis. In fact, one of the groups that you all support, the 901 Block Squad, was started in the Office of Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention Grant to put intervention on the street here in the city of Memphis, and we continue to apply for grants that will support that kind of work, those wraparound social services. So it's a both and.
Okay. Thank you. Is the deputy director available?
I can put his speaker up to my speaker and see how that works. Hang on one second.
Okay.
I'm gonna put you on my speaker up to the speaker here. The deputy, are you there?
I am, yes.
Okay, can you hear that, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, so this is Deputy Director Mike Ryle. Unfortunately, we were having trouble getting on to the council this evening, but Operation Relentless Pursuit, as we tried to present in both sessions today, is a collaborative effort. It is not
Mike, go ahead.
Can you hear me? Can everyone hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So like we tried to present in both sessions today, Operation Relentless Pursuit, which is now rebranded as Operation Legend, as the U.S. Attorney stated, named after Legend Telefaro, a child that was killed in Kansas City, Missouri, an unfortunate murder. We have our own Legend Telefaro stories in Memphis, where children have been killed. We have 24 children that have died in Memphis in 2020. 19 of those were murders. Operation Legend is a collaborative effort that brings all law enforcement partners together. It is well controlled, well guided, a very strong effort, a coalition effort to work toward one goal, and that's to reduce violent crime in the city of Memphis. Right now, violent crime is up both month to date from last year at 14%. For the year, it's almost 8%. We have a record number of murders in our city, and our children are dying through this violence. We have preached and preached about our staffing levels that are low. This helps us to be a more collaborative front to work with our partners, not just the federal government, but our Shelby County Sheriff's Department, our outlying agencies around us, our state and local people, to do one thing, and that's to get our killers off the street. We have talked about this, and our hope and our goal in all of this is that we can help our citizens be safe, feel safe, work safe, play safe in a community that we all love. This is not anything other than an effort to collaborate with our partners and our citizens to make our citizens safe. We've seen $300,000 come into our police athletically through grants. We have other grants that have supported our 901 block squad to intervene in our communities, to work with gang members to revitalize those efforts to restore a sense of change in some of our gang members that has been very successful. We are not taking away from any community effort, any rehabilitation effort. We are working and have been working since 2015, 2016. In my whole career, 37 years, we've been in the community. Our COPS program is second to none in our city. We're working to rebrand, revitalize, reimagine our police force that is very strong on our forefront. We have a violent crime issue in our city, and it's breaking our hearts, but it's also terrifying our citizens, and they are very concerned, and we hear that feedback consistently. So I beg this council to understand what our effort is, to understand that we are in this fight, not just in the violent crime effort, but we're also in the community effort as well. And we're working very, very hard, very, very strongly on both fronts, not just with city council, but with our communities that we serve and love. And with that, I can answer any questions. But I ask
One last
for this effort.
question. So were we selected by the federal government for a grant that we submitted, the city of Memphis?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand that question.
Did we apply for a grant for the special officers, the marshals, to be in the city of Memphis? Did we apply for this program?
The question was, did we apply for this program, Deputy Director? And the answer is no, we were selected for this by the federal government.
Yes, Chief McGowan is correct. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the question, but no, we did not apply for it. We were selected along with, initially it was 7 cities, now it's 9 cities. We are one that were selected to participate in this effort so that we could assist again with the numbers that we have on the violent front, with our increase in violent crime. We have been selected to participate in this effort.
Okay, and for how long?
Should be 1 year participation in this program.
So is that in a contractual agreement?
No, ma'am.
So at any time, we can say, pull the plug on it, we don't want to participate.
Did you hear that, Mike?
have committed to participate in this effort, if I heard the question right. We have applied for any and all grants that we can utilize for our efforts, this one included, but we are committed to work with Operation Legend as we have been with Operation Relentless Pursuit. Our numbers are and can be shared with the council. We've seen very positive. We've seen very positive return on our efforts.
Question. Do we have any written agreement? Is it just 1 year? And can we pull out if we see that it's not going in the right direction?
Yeah, the question, Mike, was, do we have a written agreement that limits it to 1 year, and could we pull out? I believe the answer is that we do not have a written agreement. We were selected for this. It is anticipated to be 1 year, and I believe that council could register its, could register its objection at any time, but we would be still continue to cooperate with the federal government unless we chose another course by the police director, correct?
Yes, that's a correct statement, Chief. And the operation will continue with or without Memphis, but we have been very supportive of this operation. And again, we've seen very, very positive things happen as a result of our efforts and the partnership efforts in our effort against violent crime.
So when you say that it will continue, whether we want to participate or not, what does that mean?
Well, this is a federal government operation in conjunction with the cities that were chosen. The operation will continue in the selected cities, and they were selected because of the amount of violent crime in the cities. And we would really miss out if we did not continue in this operation to, again, help our own citizens to combat some of this violence that they're dealing with.
Attorney Wade, my last question. From a legal perspective, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, from a legal perspective, we don't have a contract. The government said we've been selected to participate something. We say we don't want them. They're gonna stay here anyway. What position should we be taking as a council?
Well, it seems like you're only addressing what's under your control and where the MPD can cooperate with the federal initiative. The federal government can come in and, I guess, investigate gun crimes and things under federal statutes without your permission. And all you're addressing is what cooperation will you provide to that federal initiative?
So if they're gonna be here anyway, I'd rather we have some input than not be cooperative at all.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a philosophical approach, that you want to be part of the game or not be part of the game. That's the decision.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councilman Covett.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. You have the ball again.
Okay. We have one other person to speak, and that's Councilwoman Rhonda Logan, and we'll call for the question.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, Chairwoman. My question is, okay, they're already here. They've been here for a while. I want to make sure that I heard them correct by saying the funding that we received was to hire 50 new police officers for the COPS program, which is a part of community policing. I want to to know, make sure that that's what I heard.
This is Chief McGowan again. I just lost connection.
Pardon me?
Sorry, I just lost the connection with the Deputy Director, but yes, the $9 million is a grant as a part of this program to help us hire 50 new police officers, and that is a COPS grant that is over 3 years, and that is definitely about community policing. So the federal COPS program is about community policing, and they're giving us a grant of $9 million to hire 50 new police officers for the next 3 years.
Okay, and those police officers will go to the COPS program and to the COAC unit that Councilwoman Swearingen, her resolution spoke to.
No.
Is that correct?
No, it's through the COPS program. The federal government, the Department of Justice has a COPS program, the Community Oriented Policing Program, and it's through that program that the money is being granted. The director will obviously allocate resources. He talked with you all about his commitment to community policing. Again, he's trying to get enough complement just to meet roll call, but he's committed to work with you all to work on that implementation. So I can't say these 50 officers are going to go directly there, but this is a grant to hire 50 more officers to give us more complement.
Okay, because it was my understanding that you all could not do the COAC, or mention that you couldn't do the COAC because you didn't have enough officers. But now that money has been given to the COPS program, I was thinking, you would think that those officers would go to the COAC program and the COPS program, the community policing directly or solely. My second question, and you can answer both of them at one time, Chief McGowan. The second one, has the violent crime rate gone down? I know you said that you all have made significant strides since they've been here, and their presence here has, hello? Excuse me? I heard someone talking. Well, you said that you all have made tremendous strides since they arrived. I wanted to know, how has the violent crime rate been impacted since they've been here? We saw the statistics on all of the things that have been collected and how many people have been incarcerated and picked up and all of that. But is it helping to prevent the violent crime, or is it helping to just capture and seize on the other end instead of prevention?
So I'll address the first question first. The COPS grant that we received for $9 million, there will be requirements about how we spend that money for those police officers. We have to do community policing in order to remain eligible for that. So you can be assured that that money will be put to the community policing work. The second piece, I think it's very hard to tell what we have prevented just by the statistics. I can't say the crimes that they have solved while they've been here, but I would suggest that some of it is a deterrent, but I don't have the data in front of me that can conclusively tell what has been prevented. Obviously, they're here because the violent crime rate was too high. It remains too high, but I think you could argue both sides of that. Well, it's high and they haven't prevented anything, and the other side is certainly they have prevented crime that we just hasn't been counted in the statistics. So I don't think there's a specific conclusion that you can draw from that about what has been prevented.
So do we have anything in place that would say that once we hit this plateau, or once we reach these numbers, or once we're lowered by a certain rate or percentage rate, then they're going to leave? Have they given us anything, to say what they're looking for, or what they want to see happen before they will leave, or before they'll add more officers?
I don't know that question. I'm going to try to get the DD back connected with me here but I don't know that we have that specific. They came here based on the data that they saw. I'll ask if they have data that says when they will cease their actions. But again, this is complementary to the work that we are doing in the Memphis Police Department.
Okay, thank you. I yield back, Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Chair.
I called for the question before Councilman Canale got in the queue and then you spoke. And so can we just move the vote, please?
Is there an objection? You can't do that.
Brief objection for me. I think every time that we have called for the question prior to council members having the opportunity to speak, we all allowed the council members to speak briefly. I think that's keeping consistent with what we have done in the past.
Councilman Carlisle. Let me move forward, please.
But yeah, by all means, I mean, it's just 7:57 at night, and we're talking about a resolution in which the administration, it's a request of the administration. They're gonna keep doing what they're gonna do, but by all means.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Smiley. Johnson. I see it.
Okay, so I'm gonna be brief because Councilman Carlisle is right, and I've already missed the playoff games today, and the DNC. So I just would like to, for me, I share Councilman Jones's position on this. I just have to be skeptical of the true intent of the federal agents. I think everyone on this body can and will agree that violent crime needs to be addressed in the city. I'm just not sure if the federal agents are here to address violent crime. More specifically, there was an incident recently, I think the past week, where a local activist, known member of the Fight for 15 organization, looked outside of his home and there was a box that said high voltage on it. He decides to call some friends and they check the box on the pole across the street from his home that says high voltage. When they open up the box, it's simply a camera pointed directly to his home. So, and from the information I have, MLGW did not authorize that high voltage box, which was essentially a camera. I'm not sure if MPD has claimed that it's their box. So if it's not MLGW's box, if MPD didn't necessarily do it, who did it? And I would suggest to you, the only other entity here to fight violent crime may potentially be surveilling activists in our community. And the last time I checked is individuals' constitutional right to protest things they think are unjust. So I just have a hard time trusting, any organization or any entity taking directives from an individual who has made it clear that he thinks certain people are very fine people, although they dislike me because of the way I look. So I just have a hard time supporting any organization under that type of command.
Councilwoman Johnson. Thank you, Chair. I guess my first question is, this particular organization, have we received any negative reports on them since they've been here?
Yes, if we knew, the camera.
That's an assumption.
It's not in
Has anybody
MLGW.
filed a charge? I'm just asking questions. I can see opposing a concept, looking for some research, but we're sitting in a setting where things have already occurred. And I would like to know more about what they're doing. They've done a lot of information today and it's coming so fast and I just haven't had a chance to absorb it all. I'm with Chair Robinson. I think maybe the resolution should say that we need to have a greater oversight over that particular group and that we're going to ask them to make reports. And then at the time, I would love, let me move that if Chairwoman Easter Thomas would accept it, rather than say oppose, so that we are asking for a heavy oversight and for a report from that committee, rather than necessarily just being opposed to it. That's what I move. Thank you, Chair. If I can get a second. Did someone second it?
Can I respond to that, Chairwoman?
Sure.
Could you restate first? Point of information. I'm sorry, my computer broke up. Would you mind restating that, Councilwoman?
Okay, I'm moving that if Chairwoman Easter Thomas would accept a friendly amendment rather than use the word oppose to say that we want to oversee, a strong oversee of this particular agency, and ask that they include maybe monthly or quarterly reports rather than just be completely opposed. At this point, I understand the concept, how it is being looked at across the country, but I don't have anything in front of me to say what they've done wrong here in Memphis. So
Thank you for the
that's why.
clarification, ma'am.
Mhm. Thank you. Need a second?
Second. Second, Warren.
Then Council, do you, where does she go? Councilwoman Easter Thomas, do you accept that amendment, or do you need to vote on it as an amendment or a friendly amendment?
Well, Chairwoman, I wanted to speak before I knew it was going to be an amendment. Just to can I do that, or do I have to answer the two choices that you gave me?
Answer, just make your statement.
Okay, thank you. What I was going to say.
We can't hear you.
Councilwoman Johnson gave her amendment is just reiterating what U.S. Attorney Donovan told us this morning, was that we give them. I know I'm in a digital divide out here in North Memphis. The internet is having issues. But what Attorney Donovan told us this morning is that MPD has no oversight with the federal agents that are here. So he says they don't have to come to us for any permission. They don't have to ask us to do anything. And they've been here since last year. However, they told us that it hasn't decreased in violent crime, even though they've been here since last year. Also, if they don't have a written agreement, there's no percentage of when they will stop or when they will leave. There's no threshold. What accountability do they have to us when the U.S. Attorney Donovan told us this morning flat out, they don't have to ask us for anything. And so they're not working with MPD, they're working over and past MPD. MPD isn't getting the chance to work with these federal agents because federal agents don't take direction from our police department. And so that's my only issue. That's one of my main issues when it comes to trusting this entity. We can add the amendment to tell them in a different way that we would like a report, but he already told us this morning that he doesn't have to ask us for anything. Okay. And so if he told us that on the committee, that means that MPD isn't getting that same pleasure either. And I know it was said by Chief McGowan and MPD that they would ask for that threshold and that percentage, but they've been here since last year. We haven't had a decrease in violent crime. They said it themselves that violent crime has increased, even though their presence and monies were already here. But the monies in their presence were aimed towards preventing violent crime, in which they haven't done, and they have no end date. And this has a possibility of running into a very slippery slope, leading to possibly federalized local law.
Thank you. Madam Chair, may I add, he also said that in the presence of MPD.
Okay, let me go back to
right next to him.
This is what's my major concern as a council and as a body. Whatever we do here today, it has implications for later. If the federal government is going to do what they're going to do anyway, all we're saying is we're asking the mayor not to allow the police department to participate in the process. And since we're not over administration, he may or he may not. So where is my attorney? How do we put teeth in this? It does not have any teeth.
I don't know what teeth you can have when it comes to administrative deployment.
Right. So why are we doing this? We've got to have a reason. And if we say something, that's what we want to make happen, and it's not going to happen anyway. Why are we doing this? Chair? Yes. I want to withdraw my amendment, please. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman Easter Thomas, for the explanation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman, I've already called Logan, I've gotten Smiley. The last person was Johnson. Now we're for a vote. Madam Comptroller?
Councilmember Canali,
No.
Carlisle,
No.
Vice Chairman Covette,
No.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
No.
Johnson,
Abstain?
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
No.
Smiley, Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
No.
Chairwoman Robinson.
No, that motion fails. Item number 47, Madam Comptroller.
Is a resolution approving the Youth Services Training Program. This resolution is sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas, and there's a request for same night minutes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I'd like to move this item.
Second.
Logan second, moved by Mr. Thomas.
Thank you. So this is a resolution of the Memphis City Council funding a youth services training program related to computer literacy. On Monday, August 31st, over 95,000 students will return to Shelby County Schools virtually. Fortunately, our Memphis City Council voted to assist their technology needs to help provide them with devices for each and every student. However, we should know that just because students may have the device does not mean that all students have the knowledge of basic computer literacy to help them be successful this virtual school year. This pandemic has uncovered deep and long-standing gaps in resources amongst our communities. The digital divide is one gap, along with other community needs that needs assistance by the local government in order to overcome. Helping students and their parents with basic computer skills this year will help prevent grade remediation, student truancy, and the parents feeling helpless during the school year. Long-term benefits will be revealed as we intend to bring more jobs to our city, in which most times a preliminary barrier may be basic computer literacy. Let us do the good where we can. I'm asking for full council support on this item. Be it further resolved, the Memphis City Council hereby supports the funding of an Office of Youth Services training program related to computer literacy in conjunction with the assistance from Memphis Public Libraries, known as the Office of Youth Services Virtual Scholars and Parents Computer Literacy Program. By way of the CARES Act funding in the amount of $250,000 to directly assist the youth of Memphis, also including youth who are considered juveniles, visually impaired, hard of hearing, English language learners, and their parents. Sponsored by Councilwoman Michael Easter Thomas, Councilman Martavius Jones, Councilwoman Rhonda Logan, Councilman J.B. Smiley, and Councilwoman Jamita Swearingen. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you. Do I have any council members in the queue?
Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Carlisle.
Yes, ma'am. Did we get a motion in a second?
Yes.
Yes.
All right,
Moved
sorry.
by Mr. Thomas and second by Logan.
Yeah, sorry. I just want to make sure I having computer issues. I guess I guess to the sponsors, where is the companion bill for this?
The what?
A companion bill. We've already appropriated all the CARES Act funding, so there's nothing to. I mean, there's no money in that account. So where is this money going to come from in the CARES Act?
It's coming from CARES Act funding because we, instead of getting our council grant money from CARES Act funding, we got.
I think I heard part of that, Councilwoman Easter Thomas. You're coming in and out. You can hear me. I think what I heard you say is it's coming from the CARES Act apportionment of the council grant program.
No, I'm sorry, it was breaking up. Last council meeting, we voted to, instead of taking our council grant money from the CARES Act, we instead took it from the original fiscal year budget so that we could get our monies out faster.
Yes,
thus, we had that same amount of money back in the CARES Act program.
Yes, ma'am. If you'll remember, that money in the same resolution was appropriated to support the police personnel budget. So that money is non-existent. So we don't have $250,000 in the CARES Act funding. I'm not opposed to this philosophically. I actually raised this issue when we were talking about the digital device. I mentioned that there would be parents that wouldn't know how to use computers, and that, you know, maybe out of community centers and libraries, we could give them some assistance. So philosophically, I think it's an interesting idea. There's no program in place, and there's no way to fund it out of CARES Act funding without a cut. What I would suggest is that there are 5 sponsors of this bill, and you each have an allocation of grant funding. You could come together and grant $50,000 yourselves, and that would be $250,000, and you could fund this today. If not, I know that Chief Ford is away, perhaps again, and this is not to delay anything necessarily, but there's no way to put this program into place in the next 48 hours when these kids go back to school. But allowing Chief Ford and Chief McGowan perhaps some time to dig in this with you and find a way to actually fund this might be a more appropriate way to proceed than just throwing a program out there with no funding mechanism. So I'm happy to either move to amend it and let you guys fund it out of your council grant money individually, or move to hold it for 2 weeks and let the administration dig in with you and figure out a way to actually fund this thing. But philosophically, I think it's the right thing to do. I think this is the way the city can support it. The mechanism to actually fund this thing is not in place, and there's no real program that's been defined about how the money would be deployed or why 250 is the right number. So again, I love the idea, but we actually, we need the mechanics of the program and how the money is going to be funded. So I'll throw that back to my colleagues. I really hope we don't spend a long time debating this. It's been a long day, but just again, philosophically, I support it, but I think we need to take some time and think through the actual program and the funding. I yield back.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mr. Thomas, can
So-
we doing our budget session for the council?
I guess I had a clarification question, because to my understanding, we noted that when we did remove the 1.9, I think it was, from the fiscal budget, that if that money was needed for police personnel for hazard pay later, that it could be used. However, it wasn't officially allocated. Am I saying that wrong?
Well, let me find out. Mr. Budget Chair, what did we actually approve? Mr. Jones, Councilman Jones.
I would have to go back and look at. I'd have to go back and look at the mechanics of it. I'm unclear of whether it has been allocated or even appropriated by the administration. I see Mr. McGowan has come up. Maybe he can shed some light on this.
Mr. McGowan, Chief McGowan.
I will look at the actual legislation that y'all passed last time, but there were 2 actions. There was a motion to remove it from the police budget to fund the council grants, but then there was an amendment that was voted on and approved that allocated that same amount of money back to police personnel budget. Chief Ford said you had to allocate it somewhere. And so when you appropriated all that money, when you approved that, you effectively made a budget and you changed the allocation of money from CARES Act to the police budget. You increased that allocation of the police personnel budget, and you decreased the budget from the operating budget and put that money into the grant fund. So that action is fundamentally a budget amendment that's complete, and the police budget is now fully funded using a combination of general fund and CARES Act funding. And the council grants budget is fully funded using operating dollars. So that was an amendment to the budget that when you passed that and it was done on the same night minutes, that is now complete. That's my recollection of the events.
Okay, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, I'm gonna ask you again, would you like to present this before the committee as we look at our council grants? And I'm willing to help with the effort as well.
Yes, willing to look at it in the budget committee to see what other options are there outside of the council grant program.
Okay. Thank you. Will you withdraw the motion tonight?
Can I put it on a hold, or do I have to say withdraw?
Councilwoman, can I say one thing? Councilman
Yes.
Poet, can we
Yes.
hold it for 2 weeks? Reason
Yes.
why I like to talk with some of them over in the county side. It's a very good thing, Ms. Thomas. Just give us a little time. Can we hold it for 2 weeks, bring it back, and let's see what the county portion, hey, they may be able to do some things for us also. That's where we can get this done. Is that okay with you?
So I'll hold it. Thank you, Councilman Ford, instead of versus withdraw.
Appreciate
Okay.
it.
Thank you. That item is being held. Councilman Covet, have you read the same night minute?
Yes, ma'am, I have. Colleagues, items 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 40, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47. I find them to be in order and move their adoption.
Well, hold tight. Not 47. Not 47.
Not
Not
47. Wait,
That is
Or no,
correct.
46, not 47.
I withdraw 47.
Second.
thank you.
Chairwoman, for clarity,
Yes.
that's correct. We're good. The records are correct now. Thank you.
Okay, so that item was moved by Councilman Covet, seconded by Councilman Warren. Madam Comptroller, will you please call the roll on same night minute?
Councilmember Canali,
Yes.
Carlisle,
Aye.
Covet,
Yes.
Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Ford,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan, Smiley, Farrington,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Aye, that motion passes. Councilman Covet, do we have any additional public comment?
It's that time again, 12 hours and 19 minutes of fun and adventure. And now you
And
get to,
the 2-minute limit.
there's a 2-minute limit. The radio voice, you're going to love this. All right, our first letter comes from Diana Duncan, 3574 Highland Park Place. Madam Chairwoman, I wish to state my displeasure of the increase in traffic on High Point Terrace due to the closing of Mimosa and Highland to create a temporary pocket park. The increase in traffic has caused difficulty in crossing High Point Terrace while taking a simple walk or run in the High Point neighborhood. In addition, the temporary park has experienced an increase in litter within the park area and on Highland. I would like to state that I do not want any further pocket parks created in the High Point neighborhood or to make the park at Mimosa a permanent park. Second and final letter comes from Alexis Luttrell, 279 Wilkinson Place. Let's see. My name is Alexis Luttrell. I'm a resident of the city of Memphis. I've lived in High Point Terrace for over 3 years and am the administrator of the neighborhood Facebook group serving 631 neighborhood members. I'm writing today to express how important the Mimosa Pocket Park is for our community. I was recently asked by my boss to present our work to encourage coworkers around the country to volunteer close to home during these trying times. Through the Pocket Park, we have provided a space for children to safely play soccer, learn to ride skateboards and bikes, and big wheels. Remember how much fun those were? I just read them. Adults are able to socialize at a safe distance with donated benches. Families have access to herbs from our garden. We've had food trucks to help keep the economy moving while providing a safe space for families to support our food industry safely. Local trainers offer free classes to the community. Before this park, I didn't know many neighbors. Now it's a real neighborhood